Bulan is injured. The end times are here. Ivan will cry, Ivan will cry, Ivan will cry.
Man.
He's alive. Thank God.
Man. Look. Man. What a month. What a month. Oh, wait, at the wrong one. What a month. Are you kidding me? I have not been that sick in a long time. Hey, so, you know, apologize for missing 3 weeks of stream. 3 weeks? 2 weeks? 2? 3? I don't know. Dude, Elle and I were so sick.
Before I get to 6-7 months, I'll be very upset. Everyone will hurt.
Yo, thank you for 37 months, Mel. I appreciate it. And thank you, Cass, for the 1 year.
Membership is a year old.
Holy shit, bro. And thank you, Penguin. What the fuck, man? Thank you, Mel, for the 100 bits. Thank you, Penguin, for the T2 for 57 months. I know. Poulen is gone. It's over. The dream is dead. The dream is dead. That's it. That's it. It's over. It's over. Nice jersey. Thanks, Steve. I appreciate it, bro. Listen, I am doing my best to support Team Canada. That's right. You know, the girls been playing. The boys play later this week. Where it's a tough start, bro. It's a tough start, you know. But I'm repping for Nursey and Mashmeyer, you know. So hey, man, this jersey's pretty hot though. I probably have to take it off, man. This is fucking holy shit. Holy man, it's been a crazy month. So I'm back. Good to see you guys. I missed you all. Sorry for being gone for the last Jesus, Steve. What? Steve contributing to the Orbathon this early in the stream? Oh my god, man. Can you believe we're this close to 100 hours of Orbathon? Dude, I haven't chilled for the Orbathon in like 3 weeks. This is a good feeling, man. Oh shit! Thanks, dude. I appreciate it, man. Holy.
Welcome
I
back,
appreciate that, man.
Evan
Thank you,
Heart.
Brooklyn. What the fuck, dude? Thank you for the 9 months, man. Thank you for the 9-month sub. Thank you for the welcome back. I am indeed returned. I'm sorry I was gone. I've had a crazy last couple of months. Got COVID in early December. All right, that's how we started off.
Go hockey.
Thank you,
Welcome
B-Town. Yes. Listen, it's all we have here in the frozen
I'm
north.
busy at the moment. Will be lurking
So-
till I get a break from work.
Thanks,
Hope you all
Cobalt.
are doing well.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the 70 months, bro. The longest sub ever redeemed in this channel because Ella didn't redeem hers already. So you're first, man. Congratulations. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Yes. So what was timeline here? Time was got COVID in early December, then hit the flu in late December. No biggie. Then at a Christmas related family event, got sick again the days after Christmas, and then was feeling better. And then a couple weeks ago, Ella got sick. God knows where. And you can't just apparently abandon your pregnant wife. So yeah, I've been dying, man, for the last 2 weeks. I don't know what the fuck we had over the last 2 weeks, but Ella didn't get it so bad. I've been just sick as shit for the last couple weeks. I've been sleeping in here, trying to protect her because she seemed to get better, and so I finally returned back to my lair, or left my lair today and returned back to my family life yesterday. So it was nice, man. But I'm still a little bit under the weather.
You isolated yourself, huh?
Oh yeah, dude. I've been very cautious with Ella being pregnant, but our little guy's moving around a lot more. I'm feeling him kicking and shit. That's wild, bro. That's wild. When you feel little guy kicking for the first time, holy shit, bro. That's a life-changing moment. So yeah, we're better now. Good. I have stories though, because the last 2 weeks of me being sick as shit, I have worked harder than I think I ever have, maybe in the history of my art career. I put in 12-hour days, fevering up every day to hit a deadline for a super big project that I can't even talk about because I signed an NDA, man. So I can't even show you that. Oh geez, I should close it on Photoshop though. That's yep. Oh man. Okay. So I've had a crazy last couple of weeks, man. I've had an absolutely insane last couple of weeks of just being in a delirious haze of medicine and work. But I have done some of the best work that I think I've ever done as an artist for this project in the last couple of weeks of being sick as shit. But I finally got my voice back, so I hope I don't sound too plagued or whatever today. But I don't know, man. Most important thing, Ella is doing okay. Being ill while pregnant is not a picnic. No, that sucked. Yeah, no, she's feeling a lot better. She's been feeling better for about a week or so. I didn't know, but apparently when you are with child, you're not allowed to take a lot of medicine. Who knew you couldn't take cold medicine? Ella did, thankfully. So she just had to tough it out, man, and just be miserable the whole time. But, good for her. So I tried my best to take care of her. But I was in it. So we are back. We're ready. It's time. The Orbathon must continue. The Orbathon must. At this point, actually, realistically, the Orbathon is going to go till fucking May. Unless I just start streaming 8 hours a day, bro. Unless I just smash it and go for it. The Orbathon's going straight until, little dude.
Hard for mama less than 3.
I know, man. It's tough, but she's doing very well. Baby's healthy, happy, kicking a lot, moving around. She's good. Been eating some McCain deep and delicious pizzas pizzas, cakes, and craving pizza. She's been having those third trimester weird cravings like fruit roll-ups, wrapped Cheetos. Anyway, what cruel fate cursed you to get sick so many times in a short amount of time? I don't know, Brooklyn, because I never get sick. I never get sick, dude. And yet, the last couple of months have been just ridiculous. God. God. You know, the funny thing, though, is we could add that to another rank because she's already been to Taco Bell once because of the ORBATHON. So, honestly, taking Ella to... Did you just go over 100 hours? Wait. Oh, thank God. Okay. All right. Back to 99. Whew. All right. There we go. Yep. Wait until you get kicked in the back and woken up in the middle of the night and then think of what it feels like to Ella. I know, man. That kid's been kicking the shit out of her. So it's so exciting. I can't wait to see what you've been cooking up. Dude, Greg, I don't know. So I got to talk to art director. I'm talking to art director, but I got to talk to a person who's like creative director about what I can do for like making videos. Because I recorded all the process.
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Okay,
back
dude.
To 100 hours.
Okay, dude. Okay, she thinks she's funny. How was Japan, Mel? I'm assuming you're not still there. I'm assuming you were there for 2 weeks. Now you're home. Jesus, thank you for the 1,000 bits, bro. What the fuck, man? Thank you. I appreciate that. What the goddamn, man? It is 119. God fucking. Okay. All right. We'll just be live until next year. Mom told me stories when she was pregnant with me and my brothers. My brothers are twins, so be thankful that you only when you got on the way. I was hoping, Relic, for twins because then we don't have to deal with this a second time. Are you kidding?
No, I am.
Yeah, how good that shit would be.
It was honestly so much
Oh man.
BF and I are hoping to go back to see other cities.
That's the thing about Japan, is there is a lot to do and a lot to see. I could go to Japan like probably every year for the rest of my life and not get bored. There's so much to do there, man. Holy shit, there's so much to do. And also going back to Akiba every single time just to buy video games is pretty good too. So, but I'm glad you had a good trip, Al. That's awesome, bro. Yeah, whenever I can talk about or show off or do whatever for big project, here's the thing. So last summer I started working on it. Now, I do recall I am under contract now not to talk about shit. But last summer, like not to talk about shit that isn't public, let's just say. Last summer, I started doing a big project. I was approached by somebody to do a massive project. And you guys who were here around here at the time, you know who that was and you know what this was. I even worked on it on stream a little bit and we all thought it was fun. But at a certain point in time, the project got serious enough that it expanded into other things, other bigger things in the project. I was asked to do more work. And the big publisher got involved and it was awesome. And, you know, art directors and all this kind of stuff. So if you know, well, you know what I'm working on, but I don't know what I can probably talk about it, but you sign an NDA, you can't. So anyway, I'm going to err on the side of caution, but I think a lot of you guys know what if, especially if you're around here last summer, you know what I was working on. And it is big. It's big, man. So Gen Con this year should be pretty sick, you know? It should pretty good.
Work more on my Japanese
good.
So we can go to the other prefectures.
Don't learn to read.
I personally want to see Fukuoka. Also, more presents are gonna be on your way, Smile.
Oh shit, dude, I'm excited, Mel. Thank you. That's very kind of you to think of me on your trip. Fukuoka was awesome. Fukuoka is like one of the nicer, chill cities, we'll just say. There's a lot of cities that are cool, that have cool shit, that are a little chiller than like your big three. Fukuoka is one that people often overlook. So, yeah, go to Fukuoka. It's really cool. They also have a cool Gundam there. And you know how much I like Gundams. So you go to Gen Con this year. I don't know, honestly, Steve. I don't know because this would be a year to go for me, honestly, because I've been part of this big project and there's There's things that I could sign.
Shit, you're going to Gen
You
Con
know?
this year. Keel's over in excitement.
I could sign. No, I'm not making plans yet. Okay, we can't talk about it. You're under NDA. Exactly. Exactly. We can't talk about it because we are under my NDA right now. So honestly, I might. I wasn't considering it even in the slightest because Gen Con's very expensive and all that kind of stuff, and you know, maybe this summer. But this would be the year to go. And I might be able to get a ticket because of things, because working with publisher and doing cool things. I don't know yet, honestly. And I really mean that. I don't know. I don't know if Gen Con's going to be a thing this year or not. But there would be an event, I think, that I could go to where things will be signed that I could also do shit, you know, like in the periphery of. Which would be kind of fun to be there for that, to see the big release of the thing that I put so many hours into. Oh my god, dude. I have produced more art in the last 2 weeks, sick as shit, than I did in like 2 months last year. And I was working pretty efficiently last year.
I bought my ticket already to Gen Con. I hope you get to come over.
Me too.
I get to pester you in real life. D.
I hope so too. No, that'd be awesome. Honestly, I would love to run a Eldara game at Gen Con. I know Atari's doing it, or play an Atari's game that he's running at Gen Con. But I would really, really like to actually be able to run a big game there, because I don't know entirely if I'm going to be able to run a game at GameCon, because the problem is that GameCon Canada, the plan is to run a game there in the evening, but I don't know if that's like going to be a thing that I can do officially, because I know that you can run games officially at GameCon, which is kind of like Canadian Gen Con now, but during the day. Now the problem is during the day I will have to be there doing stuff, because Ella probably won't be at Gen Con or GameCon. She probably won't be at GameCon. We'll have like a 1-month-old, and I don't think she's going to be leaving the city with a 1-month-old. So I'll probably have to go to Edmonton and do all that on my own. So I think the only opportunity I might get to run a game would be in the evening at GameCon. But if I can't do that, it would be really cool to be able to run like an official game at Gen Con, you know, and have like Mendari play D&D with me. We can finally do Mendy versus Bendy. You know, I don't know the plans yet. I know I have to know pretty soon, but I gotta still talk to you. I've got to submit. So I've got to submit the last thing. I am watching my Discord today like a fucking laser hawk, and I'm needing reminders to check my Discord because I can't, because I submitted the last thing to the art director last night. And if I get approval,
to play with Mendari last year with
did you
Atari.
actually play with her?
It was truly such an amazing time. Smile.
Wait, you played with Faye last year with Atari, or were these different games? Hold on, I had the story here. But yeah, I submitted thing to art director for the last bit of revision approval, whatever, yesterday. And if the second I get that message back from Discord, I am submitting it to their publishing thingy, whatever drive, and that'll be the last project that I submit for them. So gotta do that today. But after that, I gotta talk to creative director, and then at that point in time, when they're talking about marketing stuff, then I might actually be able to see if I'm going to Gen Con or not.
It was a little secret game between me, Mendari, and Atari. And
oh really?
The game, lol, smile.
Bro, that's sick, man. That's fucking sick, dude. You're doing it. Greg, I'm trying to do it. I'm trying. One day, Greg, I'll be as cool as you and Illyria. So, you know, I'm trying. I just want to fit in, you know? Come on, man. We can help you during the day, but that's probably the same people who would want to play. Exactly. That's the problem. So I'm thinking, Steve, that I might run an unofficial game in the evening and run Eldara. I know it's gonna be a long, tiring day, like weekend, to work the convention all day and then do the game in the evening, but I really want to. I really want to play it. So that's That's the plan, I guess, right now. And we'll see if I can get official space, because they have like an open gaming thing for the rest of the evening every day at GameCon, which is pretty cool, you know. But it's the Warhammer Hall.
Going with our planning to do a mega game where I will be a DM for it. I'm scared Ivan will spin.
What do you mean by mega game? What do you mean by mega game? Because I have opinions on the amount of players that a mega game entails, and I wouldn't even consider Critical Role Campaign 4 a mega game, which I am now, by the way, all caught up on. That was a nice thing that I did while I was sick as shit. I got to catch up on the remaining episodes of Critical Role that I was missing, so that's nice. Got me in the vibe, in the mood for wanting to play some D&D. I want to play some D&D, guys. You know what I can do? You know what I should do? I should do a Patreon game and just convince people to play D&D with me online, because I can't find I don't know if Ash Yulner and the fucking JPEGs are still playing. I'd like to, but I don't know if they're still playing the game or not. My only D&D options might be, because I don't know if Ella will be D&Ding with me anytime soon. She is in, what mode is Ella in? Ella is a different beast right now. She is in rare form, we'll just say. So I don't know if I'm gonna get her off of the seat of power to come down and play D&D with us mortals. 50 plus nerds all playing. Okay, that's a lot. Tables, okay. Everyone all working on many missions to the massive story plot. Yes. I will be in charge of a table of 5 players, as would 9 other DMs with their own respective tables. That's pretty good, honestly. That's decent. Yeah, I don't mind that. That's a cool idea, because I had this like idea for a stupid YouTube video short I wanted to make about playing D&D as an ARPG. It'd be really dumb. Don't worry about it. But I would need a mega game like that. So, all right, here's the plan. Here's the plan. That was not the plan. That was not the plan. Okay. Here's the plan. Visitors. This is also not the plan. Say, what's up, dude? Hello, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. What's up, Say? Good morning. I missed you, buddy. Thanks for the raid, dude. Welcome in here. Yeah, no, oh god, dude. I am, bro, I have, my cough will not go away. I don't know what the fuck's going on. My cough will not dissipate. It's been tragic. It's been unfortunate. So I'm going to be hitting my mute button a lot. I'm doing better. Yes, Say. Thank you. I appreciate that. Dude, Say checked up on me while I was sick, man. It was very nice. It was very, I don't know, made me feel appreciated and loved. So thanks, Say. If you guys aren't following Say, please go follow Say. But welcome back to the very first stream back, Say. I was about to go over the plan. So the plan is simple. We are in the midst, as today is the 5th day of ORBATHON. All of the plans for ORBATHON are still happening. Dude, thanks for the 10 months, man. Thanks, Say. I appreciate that. Thanks for increasing the ORBATHON timer. God damn it, it's over 100 hours. Oh, Jesus. All right. So the plan is simple. Here's where we're getting here's where we're at. The next week or two will be Redemption Week. So I've got a couple of very important projects for a couple of very important people. The first of which is Brooklyn the Bard. That's right. That's right. The hottest tiefling this side of Baldur's Gate. We've got other coffee requests to get through. Then we've got some world building things. And then before the end of the ORBATHON, we will be finishing and releasing in an official capacity the adventure, the classes, the subclasses, and the campaign guide for the Shattered Sea. So there's a lot of concept art that we got to do for that. So it's going to be a very, very deep concept world building next couple of weeks. After all, when I am finished with this bout of coffee requests and things of that nature, I will be done with non-Eldarin commitments, as this big project has been on my mind and in the back of my brain, and now it is finally done-ish. I keep checking Discord to see whenever I get feedback from my art director. But after that and coffee, then it'll be done, and we'll just be full steam ahead on Eldara. So it's gonna be really cool. I'm really excited. Honestly, I've been doing a lot of planning for concept stuff, and I feel like it's time to finally start drawing things like some of the monsters and encounters for Eldar, because I realized that of my list of things that I need to do for Horizon and the Shattered Sea and whatnot, I've got a shit ton of creatures that I need to do some designs for. So I'm very much looking forward to that, because I don't usually do creatures on stream. I don't usually do like monsters and that kind of stuff. So it's gonna be a long series of adventures for us. We'll see if my health can. Oh, I will say though, so bad timing. I will be gone, missing 2 days next week. I know, back and then immediately having to miss streams. The reason is you guys are gonna see some shit over the next week. So with just last little thing, whatever, before we get into it, with an infant newborn, we are getting our ancient carpets replaced. Because man, carpets get nasty, bro. And mother-in-law very kindly said we should replace your fucking carpets. And we said, yeah, that'd be a good idea. Because we had bought this kind of like series of nice, area rugs and stuff, to kind of hide some of the previous tenant of this place's pet related problems. And we had bought a really nice carpet cleaner and whatever, and but like with baby coming, it's time. So the carpet's getting replaced in this place, which is going to be a whole thing, which means everything in this room that is on a floor needs to get moved. And I need to do it all because apparently Ella's pregnant. I didn't know, but I don't want her lifting shit. So next Monday or Tuesday, they're doing it. And they're doing it all in one day. So it is going to be like, you're going to see this room slowly dismantle over the next week. Or through the next couple of days, I guess. And then I'm going to be streaming on like Wednesday or whatever. And it's just going to be me, man. Just me in this office sitting at. Hopefully I get this desk back. And if I don't, I'll be sitting on the floor with this antique. So it's going to be wild. But that's next Monday or Tuesday. I forget. I might be gone for both those days. So back for 2 days, gone for the next 2 days or whatever stream. So we got work to do, man. We got work. We got characters to get done for Brooklyn and others, and it's gonna be good, man. Carpets are gross. The ones in this house are older than me. That's terrifying. I didn't know that apparently you're supposed to get your carpets replaced every decade. Apparently new carpets you're supposed to get replaced every decade. Who'd have knew? Certainly not me. God knows when I grew up, carpets in that house, well, I don't think we ever replaced them. Oh, come on, keyboard. I got a new keyboard. I did get a new keyboard. I got a backup keyboard. Check it out. I have a backup keyboard. I have a backup keyboard now, so I'm ready to go. So when this one eventually has problems today during the stream, I am ready to go in Gucci. So this is Brooklyn's character, Addie. Last time on Electronic Blair Art stream, this is the first full bard that I've ever drawn. I didn't realize that when we were in it, getting after it and stuff. But I don't draw bards. Nobody asks me to draw bards. Now, is that a result of bard players being broke ass bitches that can't get art made? Is that the result of art of bard players being AI crypto bros that just get AI to make the image of their bard for them? Is that a result of D&D players not playing bards because if they really want to be spellcasters, they play sorcerer? I don't know. But it's very rare. So we have the distinct honor of drawing the first full bard in maybe a long time, for whatever reason. Maybe no one just trusts me to draw their bard. Oh god, it's like, man, Evan can't draw anything but fucking heavy plate and full armor and shit. So bard, get out of here, dipshit. So we gotta do our best, all right? We gotta convince the bard players that I can actually do a decent job with their characters. So I can't screw this one up, all right? Brooklyn, I gotta do a good job for you. Am I barred from drawing bards? It wouldn't be the first time I was barred from drawing any sort of other class, but yeah, thanks, Blig. These ones are 4 decades old, so you should have gone through 4 sets of carpets. Well, I don't know, maybe it's the better, like maybe it's okay to have old carpets in there. Apparently new carpets, you need to replace them every decade. I don't know. Do I look like a wealthy fucking yacht driving carpet connoisseur? Anyway, so I want to try and finish Addy this week and see if we can get on to some of the other characters and the other quests. So, were we done the design of this character? I think we were. I'm pretty sure. I was trying to remember if I was like, dude, okay, so I've drawn, okay. I don't think this is anything I can't talk about for NDA, but I did, over the last 2 weeks, I did 19 characters. 17 characters. 17, 19. 17 characters, I think. 17? Yeah, whatever. So I have so many things in my brain in different places of like, this character's work in progress, that thing's here, that, oh shit, my art director, hold on. Does the art director approve? Okay, give me a sec. Okay, let me just really quickly send the thing. I gotta add to the drive and do the thing. Okay, did I? Let me just make sure the file's good. Let me just make sure the file's good. Okay, looks great. Yep. You guys have no idea. I hate to be so secretive about things, but listen, man. I'm in the big leagues now. I gotta do things right. All right, 2026. Submission files. Uploaded it and messaging the publisher. Guys, this is a big moment actually for me right now. I am sending off the last piece in the first project from an official publisher. Guys, how do I send a real email to a real person that works in a real company and not sound like I'm an idiot? Oh god, what do you say to somebody to like close out like this might be the last time I talk to this person. What do I say? It's been good working with you. Thanks for the opportunity. See you never. Okay, hold on. I gotta make sure. We did some revisions. True the morning, good to go. Pretty much that. What? I've enjoyed working with you. I don't really work with them that much though. Please know if there's anything you need me to change or you need me to. Oh god, I sent it. Keep me in mind for future projects. Well, I gotta make sure that like publisher's okay with everything. So I sent it over. Art director gave me the okay. You know? Okay. Okay, it's sent. It's sent. It's done. It's done. Wait, it's done. It's sent and done. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Yo, Cross the Streets, thank you for 45 months, dude. I appreciate that. Holy fuck, man. It's done. It's complete. Oh my god, I can't wait to show you guys. Oh, fuck, this is so cool. Dude, I have put the work in on this. I have been sick as shit, and I pushed through every single day. I pushed through to get this stuff done. I put everything into this project. This is good. Like, this is gonna be a lot of people's first introduction to me as an artist, and so I really want to make a good impression. Also, the project that I'm doing is for somebody really important that I like to me, that I really want to do a good job for, and I did everything for this. I put my heart and soul. I fucking cried over this thing. I went through it. I battled the demons over this shit. The frustrations, the insecurities. Dude, I have tried so unbelievably hard in the last 2 weeks. And there it is. I just sent it off. I just sent off the last piece. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm almost a real artist. I can almost say I'm a real artist. Maybe not. Hold on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. All right. Just, you know, hey, Hey, let's not, say it through regret later.
You're amazing.
Holy
Evan.
shit, man.
It's gonna be so good. It's all happening, bro.
Dude.
Huge congrats.
Thanks, man. Let me just sit in this for a second. Let me just enjoy this for a minute. Oh, I'm so glad I get to do this on the stream, man. This is so cool. I get to share with you guys. Not that like anybody knows what I'm doing, but whatever. But it's just the moment, okay? There they are, all in the drive. Look at them all. All the work that I've done. You guys are going to see some stuff from me that you have never seen me draw before. I drew some characters that you guys would... The memes are there. Y'all will never believe the kind of shit that, like, Evan drew this? What did you start drawing? You know what I mean? Ah, there they are, man. So hold on, how many characters was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 characters. Wow. Wow, dude. All right, there it is. There it is. Well, I took process videos of everything. So, as soon as I have the okay and clear to make videos about it, you guys will be the first to know. So, all right, man. All right. Oh, wow. Oh, I feel accomplished. Holy shit. And thanks, Greg. I appreciate it, man. Seriously. Oh, emotions. Okay. Today, we're going to celebrate by drawing the hottest piece of ass. I mean, tail. I mean, tiefling. I mean, shit. Damn it. Yawn. All right. Fair enough. Yeah, it was short-lived. All right, let's try and get Addy done this week before the weekend hits, so our dearest bard player can have some art finally for her character after so long. But you know what I didn't get to do much of was draw belts and shit. So this is gonna be my victory lap, my official victory lap of just straight chillin'. We are gonna see if I even remember how to art. Do I have room on my computer to record this right now? Let's see. Let's find out, man. Let's find out. Artwork, properties. We have 40 gigs free. Boy, oh boy, we're ready to go. Oh, man, that's so cool, dude. That's seriously so cool. Like, I don't know if there's going to be any kind of, like, need for revisions or whatever, but it seems to be all good. Like, you never know. Sometimes in projects... I don't know how it works for like art projects, but for graphic design stuff, you finish a project, you send it off to the publisher, printer, whoever, whatever, and oftentimes you're not done because oftentimes there'll be some things that need changing or information that needs revisiting or whatever, and so I am mostly confident that my role in this endeavor is over and that it's going all to like layout and people and stuff like that. But you never know. There's just always a slim chance. So I don't want to say that I'm like done, don't need to do anything else for this project, but likely that's the case. I learned a lot though. I really put like, when I say I put everything into it, I mean I put everything into it, this project. So, if anything, I'm just like very motivated to do stuff for Eldara now because, I feel like I haven't been working on anything to do with the world or whatever for a while. And then also getting the cards done, whatnot, in the last couple of weeks, printing and cutting and packaging and all that kind of shit has been, kind of like a victory lap of looking at the last couple of, years of art for Eldara. I'm just ready to build shit again, man. I'm ready to get back into it. I'm ready to get back and settle into my routine of streaming and building Eldara and like, I also think that one thing that happened, like a side effect of the work that I did over the last couple of weeks, is I've gotten way more confident in drawing character portraiture, which is crazy when you think about that, because it's like all I've been doing for the last year. But I really mean it. I've been feeling really good about it, really confident. And so what that might mean is that I think I might be ready to start doing portrait requests on stream, because I'm a lot faster and a lot more efficient than I like ever have been. So we might bring back Fan Art Friday, man. Might bring back some Fan Art Fridays. And then the occasional like requests Thursday wrapped up in there, and be able to have, I don't know, just some fun jaunts into other people's D&D games and worlds. I wanted to get it down if I could to like under an hour for a portrait sketch while on stream, because you know when you're like super focused and that's like the only thing you're doing, is you work faster, right? Obviously being on stream, I work a little bit slower, but I think that maybe if I can get that down to an hour or whatever. You something to celebrate, you've earned it? What should I do? What the fuck should I do? What do people do to celebrate? I guess the celebration, I already bought myself something nice. I bought Ella her push present. That's right. That's right, because at some point in time in the last 20 years, we decided that we have to get our wives push presents, as they call them. Ella didn't want one. She didn't ask for anything, but I got her a Switch 2. Because she's going to be sitting doing a lot of nothing over the next couple weeks. And she really wanted to play a game called Pokopia, which is like basically Animal Crossing, but Pokemon. And I really wanted to get her that so she could actually play and relax. So I went out last weekend and got her a Switch 2. So I think I've already celebrated. I don't know what else I could do to celebrate. Maybe I could like order like Chick-fil-A and sit and play Age of Empires 2 for like an evening or whatever. I don't know, man. Maybe I'll watch Team Canada lose some hockey. Shit. I made myself sad. I mean, I was already sad about it, but, you know, I reminded myself that I had to be sadder again. Guys, this Olympics gonna be tough on Ella. We gotta be there supporting her. We gotta be there supporting her. All right. She's very invested. She's almost as invested as wanting to buy a Team Canada jersey. But they're fucking expensive, man. What's up, Samurai? Chick-fil-A at a night of video games. That sounds pretty good, right? That sounds pretty decent. That sounds okay, actually. Maybe I will do that. Maybe, you know what I might do? You know what I might do, Brooklyn? I might make myself Dole Whip. Order a little Chick-fil-A, play some Age of Empires 2, have a little Dole Whip, you know? I don't know, man. I've been decent with my diet. I'm down like 15 pounds since Christmas. So I think it might be time to have a little bit of Dole Whip and chill out for a little bit. You know, I chilled a little bit while I was like doing projects and stuff and sick as shit. But I've been good boy. I've been hitting my step targets and whatnot. Maybe I deserve a little Dole Whip. Help me cope with not being able to get it from the motherland anytime soon. What is a Dole Whip? Tombstone Dole Whip is a frozen dessert. It's kind of like ice cream. Oh shit, Samurai! Thanks for 57 months, dude. I appreciate it. Thanks, man. How you doing, Samurai? How you been? Shit, man. 53 months. What the fuck? Thank you, dude. I appreciate the sub. Dole Whip is a frozen dessert. I guess it's kind of like you could say pineapple ice cream, but it's not made with cream. It's a very creamy dessert, though. You get it in Disneyland, traditionally. but you can make Dole Whip at home if you have the right stuff. And I got the right stuff for Dole Whip at home. It is a tradition. It is a religion. It's like Mandalorians and Beskar. That's me and Dole Whip. So, yeah, it's a dumb little dessert. Sounds bomb, actually, though, right? You know, the Olympics were happening till a couple days ago. I'm out of the loop. Yeah, I mean, so the Winter Olympics are always a really big deal in Canada. It's like a lot of Canadians really care about it, you know? I like maybe less so in the last couple of years, but I know a lot of people have that kind of opinion where it's like kind of under the radar, didn't really know it was starting, when it was happening, whatever. And fair enough. I think the Summer Olympics are like that where I live, but definitely everyone's talking about it. The Winters, especially this year with Team Canada and Team USA and Finland and Sweden having their proper NHL players back. That's a big deal for hockey fans. And you know, Ella is one of the biggest hockey fans that you've ever met. So much so that she got me my very own Vancouver Golden Knights jersey for Christmas. After I got her one of her own for her birthday. So, suppose it all works out. Put it that way, sounds like you need a Dole Whip ASAP. It's true. I need to get like, oh man, bro. Oh my god, bro. Is there anything better than fucking fresh Dole Whip on a hot day? Oh my god, holy shit! It calls to me, bro. I'm like Moana, but instead of the ocean, it's Dole Whip. All right. Yep. I'm securing this. I'm ready to go. Can someone please get this man some Dole Whip? Yo, true. Holy shit. Problem is I have to make it myself. Actually, where I think you can get it in the city. I could go, yo, Ella's in the city today. I could ask her to like try and find a place that sells Dole Whip. The only place that I know outside of Disneyland that I've ever been to that you can get Dole Whip is there is a ice cream and soft serve place in West Edmonton Mall. And every time I'm there for a convention or other work in Edmonton, I will secure myself a Dole Whip. But that's the only place I've ever seen it outside of Disneyland. So I don't know where you can get one in the city of Calgary, which is much closer to me. Edmonton is like 4 hours away from me. Calgary is like a half hour away. So maybe I could see if Ella can find me some goddamn Dole Whip, bro. I deserve it. I worked hard. I put my effort in. I cried over art. I dealt with crippling inadequacy. I've matured so much as a creative in the last couple of weeks. Bro, I have to, like, I was considering making like a video about this, about my creative revelations of what it means to be an artist and how to actually be an artist. I think I cracked the code finally. I think I solved. I'm so in the middle of it, you know? I put my work in. I deserve me a Dole Whip, you're right. Get a Ninja Creamy for Christmas, and I have not used it yet. Perhaps I'll try making a Dole for my first go. So here's the thing. That's where I make my Dole Whip, is in the Ninja Creamy. The Ninja Creamy, I will say, Brooklyn, has saved me. Like, okay. The Creamy has been one of the best weight loss investments I've ever made. Because when I'm cutting, I will have a high protein something dessert every day of the week. My go-to right now is I will take I'll take a cup of 0% protein, high protein, whatever, yogurt. and that's about 20-ish grams of protein for like 130 calories. And then I'll add a scoop of protein powder in. And so that's another like 20 something grams of protein for 150-ish calories. So it's like 250 calories for like a third to a half of my daily protein intake. It's insane. You can make ridiculous shit in the Ninja Creamy, but I really do recommend trying putting yogurt in it. Because everybody's got like them creamy recipes. They throw some fucking almond milk and protein powder in there and shit. I ain't about that shit. All right, I got all the recipes, man. I'm going down. Fucking Jello fat-free pudding, 8 grams, protein powder, 30 grams, yogurt, whatever, all this shit, bro. I have learned the ways of the Ninja Creamy over the last 2 years, and it is substantially a huge boon and benefit, and there are ways to do it right. But Dole Whip is the one secret jutsu that I have for that creamy. Dole Whip actually isn't that bad for calories, so it just doesn't fit into the macros when I'm cutting, so I haven't had it in a long time. But I do have the bag of Dole Whip mix, which I think you can get pretty easily on Amazon if you're American, not so easily if you're Canadian. But you can make it, and if you make it in the creamy, if you make Dole Whip in the Ninja Creamy, it tastes, I would say, 95% of the way there to what actual Dole Whip is, like at the parks and shit through a soft serve machine. So yeah, man, it's good shit. It's Gucci. I'm a supporter. I'm a Ninja Creamy enjoyer. I'm a fan. All right. It is a definitely a and you can also do like real cream, like real, ice cream and stuff. I just haven't because that's not what I got it for. I'm a big fan of it. All right. I'm as much of a fan of it as the fitness TikTokers are. It really is that good. Which, man, there was some drama in fitness TikTok. In my circle of periphery people over the last couple of weeks. Oof, things happening, eh? You missed a couple of streams and everything's going crazy. What's fitness TikTok drama? It's a little monka, but there was some doxing, there was some issues, there were some things happening, people that I've interacted with getting in trouble. It's a whole thing. But hey, everybody else is doing really good, real happy. They're all just chilling, man. They're all just chilling, bro. Go grocery shopping, my brother. I will lurk. Have a great day, Evan. Likewise, say please enjoy your grocery shopping. I haven't been grocery shopping in so long, dude. I've been just eating scraps. Eating scraps in the house because I haven't wanted to go out, and I am the kind of person that I will not leave my house when I'm sick until I know that I'm like no longer contagious, definitely. I will not inflict that upon anybody. If there's one kind of person in this world I hate, it's the kind of person that shows up to work sick and says, well, it's fine, you just push through it. No, Buttercup. That is not why you don't show up to the work sick. It is not because you do not feel up to it. Your feelings are irrelevant. It is entirely protective of your coworkers. Oh, I'm not that sick. I just have a little cold. Well, that's fantastic for you. I don't want to catch it, so get the fuck away from me. That's the way I've always been. Maybe I'm a little paranoid. Who knows? But yeah, I haven't wanted to go grocery shopping or anything the last couple weeks, so haven't wanted to do shit, man. I've just wanted to sit in my house and work and cough in that order. I was coughing so bad yesterday that Ella gave me one of her super crazy fucking asthmatic steroid inhalers. I'm like, can I take this? She's like, legally no, but here. Here, I'll stop you from coughing. That's the good shit. Next thing you know, I'm gonna be fucking drinking lean. Holy man. No, it's fine. Come on, man. It worked. I felt better. I felt good after it. I want more. Wait, shit. This is how it begins. This is how it starts. God damn it. I'm the problem. Okay. All right, so we're not really doing many weapons on Addie. We're drawing her, giving her a dagger and drawing her harp. Which, I don't know, I've been contemplating the role of the bardic instrument recently, as I've contemplated, and I don't want to start any drama here, but I've contemplated making a bardic subclass for Eldara. You guys know how I feel about bards. But I was considering it. And with watching Critical Role, I was thinking about our bard player, Hal. And thinking about how to do sort of a performance character like that for Eldara as a subclass. So instruments were on my mind. Also because Dashto and I, a long time ago, had decided to do some like Eldara specific instruments that he could make compositions around. We never did finish that project, but it was kind of fun when we were working on it. I was around when he was doing the soundtrack, so I guess he did his part. I just didn't do my part of it, you know. What are your ideas so far? So with instruments, I kind of want to do something that's like here's because I don't have any great ideas right now, but here's the frame of thought that I'm in. So if you take the reference I'll use is airships. Airships to me are very similar to instruments in fantasy. So in a world where you have magic, okay, imagine the kind of door creatively that opens up. And this is just like a thought exercise, concept art, and maybe like writing as well. So when you take magic and you introduce it to musical instruments, you think of like the Harry Potter style. Oh, it's a harp that plays itself. Oh, it's a violin that instead of a bow string, you use a sword to play it. Okay, cool. These are like little thing, like alterations to the basic fundamental idea of a musical instrument. The same way that when you think of an airship, a lot of airships are just boats that fly. But what if we really introduce the idea of instruments that are magical or use magic in some way by default and require that to function? So when you think about like the airship of the Treasure Planet airship, which is a spaceship, you get this, right? You get a spaceship that looks like a regular ship but is magicked to be able to fly. But in Final Fantasy X, we got a different kind of airship. We got an airship that was completely invested in the magical idea of flight via magic and changes its concept like without any respect to sort of non-magical versions of transportation. What would that look like for instruments? How would we have some sort of a musical instrument that is magical inherently, that you could interact with as the player, that would actually make it feel like it's something from like a new idea from minds crafting musical instruments in a world where magic is assumed. And I don't know, but I feel like the D&D solutions people have are not like, I don't want to sound like I'm judging or whatever, but it's just not very inventive in my view. A lot of it is just kind of your Harry Potter style musical instruments. Like it's not very imaginative. Oh, I have a cello, and whenever I play my cello, it's made of light. So I just hold my hands out and I start playing an imaginary cello, and then a blue cello appears, and then whatever. It's kind of like the bow that fires arrows that are made of magic. I don't know, man. Like, I want some like new real ideas. Like, give me some good shit here. I want something that like is hard to visualize because we didn't like I guess sci-fi is kind of the place maybe you have to find this kind of thing. Because at least in science fiction you have sort of a presumption that you're not necessarily trying to adhere to a tradition. First, what does magic or sound does magic make would be a good start. That's true. Like, I'm almost wondering things that feel more like a theremin or something like that. You know, something. Because I kind of had this idea of like magically kind of like an instrument that sort of feels kind of like a magically enchanted Julian pipe. I don't know. I got to do some art and concept on it. Just watch Canada lose to Italy in speed skating. Oh my god, those Italians are fast, bro. Yeah, I saw. I did catch a race a couple of days ago where the Italian skater, she won gold on Italian soil for the Olympics. That's pretty cool, man. I always like to see the home country, you know, winning medals. I remember what it was like when Canada dominated the 2010 Olympics, and it's like part of me like hopes for that for other people. They get to have that experience too when it's their time. But that girl won bronze, which was pretty good. She was like really happy about it. Watching her crying out of happiness because she won bronze sort of changed perspective in me. Because I always feel like so many people are like, you know, the idea of you not being first means you're last. But somebody sitting there being so excited over bronze is kind of like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Maybe sometimes like that's good enough and you can actually let yourself be happy over it. It was nice. It was a nice moment. I felt secondhand joy from her. Not only to your extent, Evan, but I have also been putting more effort into my creative endeavors the past few weeks. I started cross-posting my backlog, which was a surprising success on YouTube Shorts, which have been a huge boost of confidence. Yeah, I've actually seen you popping up on YouTube. I was very excited, man. Like, come on, man. I was like, there they are on YouTube, getting after it. No, it's good, dude. Fish Mark Raiders costumes and props. That's gonna be full steam ahead and insane Monster Hunter cosplay for GameCon. So I did see some videos, which I did think were very funny, and I'm glad you guys did some videos in the snow with your Arc Raiders garb on. I love Illyria's just signage. Is that like, I've never played Arc Raiders because, you know, I'm a real nerd, so I don't play normie games that are designed for the mainstream masses of Call of Duty shooters. I'm a bit more sophisticated than that, but I think the game's cool. No, I've never actually played, so I don't how true to form is that of like sign armor. I did think that was pretty funny. Not sure if that's like a creative leap or if that's something you can get in game. Man, the myth, the legend. What's up, Zernov? Good to see you, dude. Imagine my setting is just the gods pressing random buttons that sound on a soundboard full of TikTok audios. Well, that's basically all you need, isn't it? My DM for Addie did something interesting for the beginning of the campaign. She found a violin that had no strings, but because of her magic, she could still play it. And see, like, that's cool. That's cool. Don't get me wrong. I like that kind of thing. The magic alteration to, because that to me is kind of like the idea of, that's very fantasy. Because I'm sitting here saying that I want like new ideas for shit, but using magic to enhance like a regular implement, that is the idea of like the magic sword kind of thing. And I think that's cool. That definitely has its place. I'm not trying to like shit talk that idea, but I'm just trying to think of like different sort of like things that evoke feelings, right? More so, Dash and I were trying to develop stuff and think about things for like on a cultural level, more like orchestral music. So what I was trying to think of was something like that gave you the same feeling as like a grand pipe organ. So like when you think of, if you've ever been to a concert hall that has an organ and it's played in front of you, it's so interesting and I don't know, it's a really crazy experience. It's mind blowing, but it's this instrument, this musical instrument that basically takes the entirety of this like half of a building to produce sound. And that's really cool because also there's like a tradition that I think a lot of people are familiar with, Tchaikovsky's Overture. And in that, there are performances you can go see occasionally here and there around the world. It's more of a European thing. But Americans do it for Independence Day for some reason. I don't understand the equivalence or correlation there. But hey, if they're having fun, they're having fun. Where like when you are listening to Tchaikovsky's Overture, it is tradition to play it with cannons. And more importantly, I think that everybody talks about the cannons. We're playing 21 cannons in our... And that's cool. But I think what's more interesting and more kind of like poetic in Overture is that you play it with church bells. So it's like you have your orchestral arrangement being complemented by the city's instruments. I think that kind of thing is cool for a culture that maybe like you could think about pushing that into fantasy really hard, and you think about you think about like what that would look like if you had a society that was built on music. We're having some grand orchestral like performance where the central palace of the city was the equivalent of like a, you know, castle-sized pipe organ, but in a magical sense, what that would look like. You know what I mean? That kind of idea of inspiration. So we were thinking about that because the Nyathar were going to be a culture of the arts. The Nyathar fucking love the arts. So sculpture and painting and music. And so in Core Nyathar, there is an idea that once a year, they will play something that is this Nyathar arrangement, and they will use their like instrument, which is something that is built into the very foundations of the city. So the entire city sort of aids in this musical performance. So the kind of concept work that we did was on a larger scale than like an individual bardic instrument, but still the same kind of idea, or as far as like trying to push the bounds of like what would be possible for magic. So the 1812 Overture, he does have a number of them, yes. But I think that's the only one everyone really knows. So I finally have timing to watch your stream. How you been? I've been away actually for the last couple of weeks, Zernov. I've been away. I have been very, very sick for the last few weeks. So today is actually my first stream back in a while, and I'm very, very happy to be back. I finished a big project this week while I was sick. I feel very accomplished. I feel ready to fight the creative battle again. You know? It's amazing that like I've learned a lot actually. I don't care if it's I don't care if it's like, you know, the biggest project you've ever worked on or whatever, or the most demanding project you've ever worked on. Anything I think that feels fulfilling does not burn you out. And it's very interesting to be able to work on something for a very long period of time. And a lot of people are like, oh man, when you're done this crazy amount of work, make sure you take some time off and relax, or else you get burned out. No, man, I'm like ready to jump into it. I'm so creatively charged up and ready to go and energized. even though I've been working so hard. So I've had a great last couple of weeks, even though I've been sick as shit. So, and taking care of a sick pregnant wife as well is also tough. But she recovered faster than me, so she was taking good care of me for a couple of days there last week. He's a homely vibe, especially if you live in that town. Also, what you're saying reminds me of the light novel Magic Throne of Arcana. The first 200 chapters about main character being a musician. That's cool. Are there any cool like ways that they sort of like musical instruments or whatever? That's what we're talking about, is like being a bard in fantasy. Went to Swan Lake myself. There you go. Swan Lake's pretty good, man. Swan Lake's a good time. I'm more of a Nutcracker fan on Tchaikovsky's ballets, but that might just because of my Ukrainian blood. Who knows? So my archive has a lot of interesting stuff about music, like the world and gods having pure tones that invoke power and a race communicating through humming certain magical rhythms. That's cool. I really like that. Yeah, like I think there's something divine in music, right? And I really like when that's like used in fantasy, like the idea of sort of like the song of creation that Iluvatar and the Maya, no, who's the ones about the Valar? Iluvatar and the Valar sang to create the world of Lord of the Rings. Arda. That's a pretty cool idea. I think that there's power in music like that. I'm trying, Saffron. Grace pregnant? Congrats. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Ella's pregnant. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Be due in May. So I'll be taking probably the middle-ish weeks of May off. We finally got some of our planning in order for that. So yeah, she's due in May. Yuna for best nurse looking after her sick humans. Yuna has been a piece of shit. Yuna, in fact, is no longer Yuna, Sabine. Yuna is a mop. She is... Her fur is too long. Okay? I took this video of her sleeping in between my legs yesterday because her teeth were out and I thought it was funny. But just to give you an idea, this is current state of Yuna. Again, the video was mostly because of teeths and it was funny because she was snoring really loud. Her little mouth open. But that is Yuna. She is mop. She needs to be shaved. I did take a picture of her for Ella because I did put her on my desk while I was working on a project because Ella had to pour dice and I had to take care. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I had to take care of Yuna and she was fussy and wanted uppies, so I put her bed on my desk beside my computer. So she is no longer dog. She is ball of fur. I would not say there was any taking care of humans. Yeah. I don't think I have any better pictures that I can show. I have pictures of her in full fluff, but the problem is those are pictures of her with Ella. And, you know, Eleanor is not on. Oh, there you go. There's a video of her dreaming. That is how fluffy the dog is, unfortunately. So, I miss my rat. I miss my rat, and there's nothing you can say to make me not. I'll get her ratted soon, but it's been weirdly warm the last couple of weeks. I know that my dear Americans, I know you guys had a lot of you had a unfortunate cold winter storm, but in Western Canada we've had record high temperatures, honestly. So I am contemplating getting the dog ratted. Just for context, in American, it can get down to minus 50-ish in January. this time of year, so we always leave her long, but it got up to 62 degrees in American here, which is a record high for January. So you consider that. There's 110 degree American swing of possibility in temperatures. So I am considering getting her ratted and defluffed soon. If it does not look like we're going to go down to -50 or even like -30 something is still enough to keep her in full fluff mode. In Idaho, it's been way warm here. It's super weird. Really? Oh, I thought Idaho got hit with some of that winter storm too. I thought it went like further north like that. So, well, I hope everyone who did get chunked by that over the last couple of weeks were okay. I know we meme about like, oh, it's not that cold, but if your house isn't built for it and your infrastructure isn't, it's scary, man. New keyboard in slightly different size than I'm used to, so I'm finding I'm tapping keys I don't expect. Dude, the new keyboard that I got for my computer for art is way more sensitive, and that's why I'm not using it right now. Is because I'm still not used to it. Yeah, hitting hotkeys I didn't mean to. I completely understand. It's an adjustment, right? Whenever you're using a new ergonomic interface. Hope I get used to it. I'm sure I will. Been a weird year out here. I still haven't put the sandbags in the truck. That's how ridiculously easy the winter has been. I know. I don't trust it. I'm not fucking recording. God damn it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, man. It's been a very, very strange winter. Hasn't really been a winter yet, which is a little wild. I'm still waiting for the deep freeze to hit. My area of the country luckily missed all the cold. Well, there you go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's mostly southeast US, right? If I'm not mistaken, I think Texas and Florida and that whole area. I hope everybody was safe. I know that it can get so cold, like it can get so cold here in Canada that we have power issues. We had this last winter, the winter before, I forget. There was like this big move to greener energy, which is great, you know, hydro and wind and all that kind of stuff and solar. The problem is that it can get so cold in Canada that batteries basically can't hold electricity. So normally you're like, well, if there's not much winter moving or much, you know, winter water moving because the lakes and shit are all frozen and the mountains are frozen, that's okay. We don't get as much hydro. That, you know, fine. We use solar. We get lots of sun during the day. The problem is that if you don't use or if you don't like generate electricity at night, you can run out of it in our province. So they're like, uh-oh, we got to build some natural gas and shit like that because we just couldn't hold on to it. And so I know that like different like our electrical storage system is rated for pretty cold, but when it gets down to like -50, it's tough. But I know like in the US, if your like electrical system is rated for like above 0 or above freezing temperatures, yeah, it can get pretty dangerous, man. So I don't know. You wouldn't think to like have a generator or stuff like that for the winter if you live somewhere like warm, you know? Glad you're feeling better. Thank you, Nick. I am feeling better. I'm feeling much better. I'm still dealing with it, but I can talk again, which is great. And I'm only muting myself to cough up a plague here and there. So we're supporting World with my clerics for more people power for the parish and assisting with breakthroughs. Level ups, so it's a really unique concept. Oh, cool. What's up? Oh, thank you. More drink for Evan. With straw. There we go.
I
am very Canadian right now.
The men play tomorrow, and so do the women.
Okay. All right.
We're gonna watch one of them.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Ella. Till speaker temperatures in Michigan have been about 20 degrees below normal, or for most of the last 7 weeks. Really? I don't think Michigan got hit with it too much. It gets cold there, bro. It gets frigid, man. I don't think spacing is any different, but the tactile is a learning point. It's also a bit louder, so I'm going to have to check that. Might need to put some silencers on it. You don't like a clicky keyboard? Yeah, me either. I don't mind a little bit of a clickiness to it, but I usually have my headphones on. I can see how that'd be annoying if it was like a lot louder than previous keyboards. In the 50s and 60s, so 10 to 16 Celsius. That's decent. That's decent. That's nice. I would very much love to live somewhere that didn't go below like 10 degrees Celsius. I can winter pretty well, but man, I love the summer. Like every time over the last decade that Ella and I have gotten a chance to go visit her family in Hawaii, specifically on Maui, I wonder when I'm there why do we live anywhere else? You know? It's like the middle of the winter and it's short and t-shirt weather and super nice and the sun's out and whatever. I'm like, why do we Canada? Why do we ever Canada, guys? We should have just not Canada'd. Instead of making North America, we should have just made another series of Hawaiian Islands. The rare one? Oh, holy shit, dude. Bro, that's like the third one in a month. After not seeing it for like a fucking year. Okay? Good God. What's up, Azalea? Thanks for 100 bits, man. I am alive, yes. Somehow I survived the illness. So if we're gonna see how it goes, but I am at least alive. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Azalea. Happy birthday, bro. 37 never looked so good on anybody. Congratulations. You made it. Hope you're doing something fun today, Azalea. Hope you're taking the day off and relaxing. Playing video games. Going to Crumble Cookie. Oh, what else do we do on our birthdays? Going to Bass Pro Shop. Oh, that's just Ella on her birthday. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. 34 is great. 34 is the last year that you can say that you are an early 30-something. Because at 35, you have to say you're in your mid-30s. But you get to say you're in your mid-30s until 38. 39, you have to say you're in your late 30s, unfortunately. A good friend of mine just turned 30. She was very concerned about it. What nobody tells you is that the 30s are the best. Everybody was so scared about it, you know. I remember everybody was so scared when they're in 20-something. Turning 30! Turning 30! Because I remember growing up and 30 in like 1995 was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Just wheel them out. Wheel them out into the porch. But 30's like the new 20s. It's like the more fun 20s. You get to be you get to still be young as shit. But you have like a little bit of life under your belt. Because when you're 22, you're an idiot, you know? Like I've never heard a person under the age of like 26 say anything intelligent. Right? You know what I mean? It's when you're in your 30s, at least you have something going, you know? I feel like that age keeps going up like every year, you know? When I was 25, I was like, man, 22-year-olds are stupid. But I think what I realized is that when I was like 28, I was like, man, 25-year-olds are stupid. And then it stayed there. Then I was like 29, I'm like, 25-year-olds are still stupid. 32, I'm like, 25-year-olds are still stupid. And now I think that's the age. I think that's where I like, you know, capped off. That you're allowed to be stupid as shit until you're 26. And when you're 26, you have to figure it out, unfortunately. Right? Like, you remember the stupid shit you said when you were 23. I remember the stupid shit I said when I was 23. Coincidentally, I also got married at 24. Oh, jeez. Day off work, been playing SWTOR. I saw the Quackian monkey lizard you got, and it made my day. Thank you, Azalea. I want to play SWTOR so bad to get another Quackian monkey lizard pet. I stopped playing around when they stopped, or before, like around when pets kind of like came out and shit like that. So I never got one, man. I missed out. I missed out on all the fun. Maybe I'll jump in at some point in time, play it again for a little bit. Around 30s people, Djokovic is 38 and still dominating tennis in the top 3 sportists in the world. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You know, what, Sidney Crosby's like 38 or whatever? You can play sports into your 40s now, apparently. How old's LeBron James? Like 54 or some shit? I myself always really enjoy the summer, but it's too hot too fast. Then you're stuck in the 40s Celsius and you don't know what to do. Only surrender. Yeah, to be fair, where I live, Flushing doesn't get that hot. It doesn't usually get into the 40s. It gets into the mid 30s, and that's fine with me. Like high 30s is a little toasty. The couple times it has gotten into the 40s here, it's a little, you know. The only places that I've experienced 40-degree plus weather for like an extended period of time were Japan and Las Vegas. So I don't know if I could, like, I enjoyed it when I was there, but I don't know if I could live in that. I get why it's tough. The thing is, it's so much easier to AC than it is to heating, I feel like. I don't know. I know everybody's got different opinions on this shit. I think it's way easier to deal with the heat than it is the cold. It's more annoying. You gotta put boots on the dog and shit, bro. Come on, man. I guess 2 to 3 weeks of 40s and we're all cooked. Yeah, that's tough, bro. If you're talking male or female, usually a bit different. That's true, actually, yeah. Got off going to hang out with the baby and niece. All right, Brooklyn, be good. Enjoy the hangout. They're not the baby for all that long, so please enjoy it. Wait, I'm giving myself advice there. We'll see how far we can get on your character today. Try to make you proud, all right? Be good. Guys, you Evan gonna go to Bass Pro Shop a little bit later. Other than that, gaming, maybe a drink or two. Rumina's gonna make me dinner tonight, she said. That's cool, dude. I like that. That's a nice little day. What's a nice little day out? I don't know what it is about going to Bass Pro Shop that feels like a birthday thing to do. I think for me, it's just that the mall that Elle and I usually go to on like one of our birthdays to chill out for the day has a giant Bass Pro Shop attached to it. It's called Outdoor World. It's like a whole thing, you know. It's a whole endeavor they have up there. So I'm partial. I'm a fan. Dude, I've gotten so fast with like selections and layering and shit over the last 2 weeks. I made a bunch of macros, by the way, for Photoshop. I like sat down and realized that I need to like actually take some time and like make the spend some time to make the process faster. So I made a whole bunch of macros and actions and shit like that. What's funny is I bought this new keyboard to not have a whole bunch of extra shit on it because I was like, I don't need the F keys. F keys are for nerds. And then I literally 2 days later, I make a bunch of macros for Photoshop that bind to all the F keys. I was like, fuck. Shit. Damn it. I messed up. So I gotta figure that out, I guess. But getting used to new keyboard's tough, man. It's an adjustment. It is nice to actually have a keyboard that works. I really kind of wanted to buy the same keyboard like that I have right now, but I didn't realize it went up in price so much. It's special order only, and this keyboard's $300. $300 for this keyboard. If I wanted to buy a new one. You can see like the WASD keys are worn the shit off because, you know, that's what happens when you play World of Warcraft. So I kind of wanted a new one like this, but I really realized that if I'm using a keyboard for art, it must be a low profile keyboard. So what I might do is I might have an art and a gaming keyboard. I might get a new gaming keyboard. It's a full size keyboard. But then I might keep this one, the Asus Falchion, as like my art keyboard and have two. It feels dumb to have two keyboards at your desk. I know, but look, different applications, different uses, you know? Yeah, none of that short keyboard bullshit for you, Sabine. I respect it. No stubs. You want a full numpad? What a fucking accountant thing to say. Oh my god. One of the 3 people in the world to still use a numpad. Holy man. You know, when I was working at the game store, I would always have like a hard time putting in like codes or serial numbers or whatever for things. I'd use the regular keys. And one of our like older employees was like, you know, they can use the numpad a lot faster, right? You just do it with your left hand. I'm like, oh yeah, I never have any experience with it, so I don't know how to really use it. Like, you don't use the numpad? Like, no man, like when would I ever need a numpad? I remember it was one of those, like, you see somebody realize how old they are briefly for a minute there. And the guy was like, you mean they didn't teach you how to use the numpad in school? I was like, no, man. What do they teach you in your typing classes? Last typing class I had was in grade 3, man. Yep. Well, what do they do in high school? They don't teach you. You don't get typing classes in high school. That's when you learn the numpad. Sorry, man. Nope. They didn't do that in 2005, bro. It's been a while. I don't know how to use that shit, man. It's not automatic for me. I can't do it. Can't do it. I can try, but listen, that numpad saved my life looking at all my spreadsheets. I know. If you have a job where you have to input numbers, I totally get it. It is just a fucking accountant thing to say. All right. Like, the people who use numpads in today's day and age are either accountants or work in retail. And as the version of that worked in retail, I still refuse to use a numpad. So I never really learned how to type properly. So I'm not a good example here. I am not an example for like I've always felt very self-conscious about it, that I don't know how to type very quickly. Or not very quickly, so I don't know how to type ergonomically, let's just say. My writing words per minute is actually, it's okay. But my like I don't use I don't use all my fingers when I'm typing. Right? I just never like learned that. I'm not comfortable with like using like these fingers, or I only use like these fingers when I'm typing. So it's very weird. Never use my ring finger or my pinky. I'm like kind of an abomination when I'm typing at my computer. It upsets people when they watch me. It almost upsets people as much as when they watch me writing from bottom up, which I always think is normal as shit and I forget about until I'm doing it on stream and somebody who's like first time chatter is like, what in the fuck are you doing when I'm writing? I'm like, oh, new here? Okay, yeah. Fair enough. Valid question. It's pretty messed up, isn't it? I learned how to use a numpad in school. I learned to use an adding machine with tape. Them classes were actual typewriters. Obviously, that guy wasn't all that old. I think he was like when I was working the game store probably like 10 years ago, I think he was in his 50s. So he would have gone to school in like what, the 80s, not 80s or so? 90s? So he wasn't ancient. Yeah, fair enough. He also, to be fair, now I'm realizing actually he was an accountant. Motherfucker just tried to make it sound like it was normal to use a numpad. I'm sick of these accountants gaslighting me into thinking that you need a full-size keyboard. God damn it. It's the last time I listened to an accountant for anything. Oh wait, taxes are soon. Never mind. Never mind. I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Ah, shit. Dude, if I had like a real, like a boring job, I'd be an accountant. I actually like accounting. I like accounting and finance. Is that weird? That if I had to like have a, like if I had to redo my life and I'd have like a boring person job, I would definitely do accounting. I think it's fun. I think it's interesting. I like it. Maybe that's weird, but I do. Not an accountant, and I need a full-size keyboard. Well, listen, you have to put, like, you have to bind all your emotes in Final Fantasy 14 to something. So it's nice that they have the whole number pad here for you, right?
PRS
Right?
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Accountant Bob. They have given 16 gift subs in the channel.
Oh shit, while I was gone, did somebody tell Sabine that she was funny? Ah shit. Damn it, guys. Thanks, Sabine. I appreciate it. Thank you for bringing Accountant Bob into the community. Make sure Accountant Bob has ad-free viewing for the rest of the month. So what a generous thing to do. Thanks for gifting a sub to our stream. Thank you for contributing to the Orbathon timer, which is still just below 100 hours. Oh god. You play with a controller? That's an abomination. I actually hear Final Fantasy 14 is pretty good in the controller, but the only person ever talking about Final Fantasy 14 being on a controller is Ashley of Heart, and I don't believe anything Ashley of Heart says when it comes to controllers. I don't. I think Ashley has controller Stockholm syndrome. So it's copium. It's copium. Yep. Have to discuss keyboard supremacy while playing Diablo 2 with Ulner at 3 in the morning, chain smoking and eating frozen pizzas still frozen. What Ashley do? No, Ashley's just a big controller enjoyer when it comes to Final Fantasy 14. And like Souls games and stuff. So Ashley hasn't streamed in a long time. I know I've missed Ashley a lot. I have missed Ashley. Like, I also haven't like been playing D&D with them, right? I've just missed my time with my princess. Okay, my princess VTuber is usually my most watched streamer every year. That's my Oshi. That's my friend. And I haven't hung out with her or anything in months, and it's been bad for my soul. So true, right? Right? Wait, Fel, when did you change from Plague to Storm? What the fuck? What is this nonsense? What is this shit I've missed? There's arcs. I'm guessing that happened weeks ago or some shit, and it's just since I wasn't here or whatever. Both controller actually tend to out DPS most people with agility and ease that I can chain with controller, but you have no idea that you can out DPS them, right? Because in order to know you were out DPSing them, you would have to have some sort of a meter installed. And that sounds like a mod. Self-report? Yesterday, preparing for redesign? Wait, what do you mean redesign? Wait, Fel, do you stream? Wait, is this a new... Hold on, what the fuck is this shit? I didn't know. Thompson is also preparing for a new ethereal look. Oh shit, dude. Bro, I'm getting back into my VTuber fan art series in the next couple of months here. I need some fodder. I need some VTuber fodder to sacrifice the altar of my. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Real quick. Suggested streamers. What a based streamer list right here. Soul. Probably my current favorite World of Warcraft streamer. All right. I watch some Zarya here and there, but Soul is it. Stimpack. Like, you know, one of my favorite streamers over the last like probably 12 months that I've watched. Miniful, the lowest ranking angel, one of also my highest watched streams. Maple. Well, we don't even talk about that Nuzlocke. I actually don't know who this is yet. That's the only name that I don't recognize. And then the dual logs. Holy man, that's a base recommended streamer list right there. I know you stream, dude. That's cool. I had no idea. Well, I can't wait for the fucking redesign or whatever. That's cool. Is there gonna be a re-debut party, an event, a thing? So that would be cool to be in a guild with Soul, I think, because I feel like Soul is the reason I like watching Soul is because he makes videos and stuff about the entirety of the experience of modern World of Warcraft. It's not like a lot of the classic guys are cool, but they're very like one pinned, like, you know what I mean? Like they're into just the one like small aspect of WoW. So no, I like Soul's videos. I like Soul and Kalani, maybe the two people, and Bellular. The people that I still sort of like follow for World of Warcraft stuff. More VTuber Marus, yes. Yep. More Chibi Marus. I have to do art like I have to do redemption art for some of the VTubers that I did like anime style. Like I really want to do a piece for I did the like kind of non anime version of like Miwa and Minnie but I did the anime version for Stim, and I kind of want to do a regular sketch version for some of them. So I don't know, man. I just want to make art again and do cool projects and shit. I just want to do the thing. So skills silly, they don't look up mechanics, we go in blind. That sounds so cool, right? You want to sneak peek, the 100% be an altered version of my in-game Mog. Let's see. Yo, that's cool. Dude, wait, that's actually rad. Wait, so it's gonna be based off of this design? That's so cool, dude. What the fuck? See, that would be really fun to do art for as well, you know? Cause like that's a fantasy ass design right there. All right, I'm gonna have to elevate you into the fan art queue if you don't mind. If you don't mind me doing in my VTuber friends fan art series, if you don't mind being a sacrificial pawn in it, I'm gonna have to bump you up just because you're so after the redesign. One, topical, you know, it's always cool to do art for people after their redesigns or redebuts or whatever. And two, fantasy as shit. When is Ella's Chibi Maru? Ella has never gotten so Ella's never gotten fan art from me because I'm unfortunately Ella, just the artist. But Ella has a Chibi Maru. You see, Ella, if you go to Ella's, I don't know if this will be on her offline thing, but on Ella's Twitch, the fuck, that doesn't have. Where's your Twitch channel? There we go. On Ella's Twitch, in her offline thing. Oh, so she doesn't have anything on her offline, but her starting soon screen was actually an Ella Maru designed by Thorkin. So she has that. Wait, guys, the art director email me back. Wait. Okay. Let's see if there's revisions needed or if I'm done. Oh, we're done. We're done. In the books. In the books, man. Oh, hell yeah. It's been a pleasure to work with you. I hope we can work together again soon. Guys, this is the first, like, this is the first project that I'll ever, like, this is my first published project. Holy shit, dude, this is a big fucking deal. Bro. Bro. All right, there it is, man. Holy shit, dude. First big publisher. Oh, man. This is what it feels like. Now, like, so I know that I take the independent route on things. I don't seek out work for like, you know, if I'm going to do something for somebody else's project world, whatever, it needs to really be something that I'm passionate about. You know, like I get a lot of offers in emails and DMs and shit to do, hey, do you want to do art for a game or this or that or whatever? And I usually say no to almost everything because I'm just so focused on Eldara and like, you know, yes. That's not how it just, okay. You know what? Thanks, Mel, for 100 bits. Holy shit. Congrats. Thanks, Cass. So for me to do a big project with like a big publisher, this like, dude, this is a big project. This is a big fucking deal. This is official. This is legitimacy. This is like, you know, like it's not a route that I'm going to pursue. Projects that sort of like come up that I'm really excited about, I will absolutely do. So I won't do a ton of like official or published work or whatever. But I really wanted to do some stuff for like some projects that were really meaningful or important or whatever. And this is a big one. This is going to be like I'm just torn between what, like how much or what I can say, but basically I'm doing I'm doing stuff for book that, yeah, you guys can buy at some point in time this year. So, this is gonna be really fucking cool when it comes out. Name will be in the credits. I assume so. Like when I talked to people from it, whatever, they were saying things along the lines of, yeah, man, like can't wait to see you making videos about it. Like there was this kind of like conversation of kind of like, hey, yeah, you can make videos about it, but they didn't want to make it seem like they wanted me to like market it for them, and not in the way that they wouldn't want me to like do like marketing and promo for the thing, the project, if I was excited about it, but they didn't want to like ask me to do it. You know what I mean? Like they didn't want to make it seem like they were trying to ask me just for like to market it or whatever, but they were very excited the idea of me doing stuff for it. So very cool and very, you know, whatever. So I will be making videos about this project when it releases. I'm gonna have a whole like giant week or two of like just character process videos and talking about the characters and whatnot when the book comes out. So I assume that I will be credited somewhere. I think I don't know how they're doing art credits for it, but yeah, I mean, right. The only weird thing is it won't be on my background. It won't be on my texture. So the way I submitted the files, and this is what I do for any sort of like thing. Oh, well, that doesn't work. Portraits. Portraits. So I have to submit on white background, right? So it's gonna be a bit weird because it won't be my texture.
Show us actual data, bud.
No. We're good. We're good. Boom. So this is what I'm submitting is stuff like this. So it'll be on whatever other, they said that there'll be like a cool texture that they have, like their own parchment texture that it'll be on. So I'm submitting all the work like this, right? Without like my background texture. So I'm really also very curious to see like how the layout and everything takes my line work and illustrations kind of stuff and puts it into their application of it. Hi, what's up, Ella?
So is it like a transparency thing where they set it on top of their own texture?
Yes, ideally. Yeah, what is this? It's a surprise congrats. Kind of a Valentine's. Wait, when's Valentine's Day? Saturday. Oh shit. Don't tell her that much. What is it? What'd you get me? Guys, Ella got me a celebratory cake for my project. She got me cake, bro.
Hi, tiny tater tot still.
Look at that, dude. You got, is this the celebratory project finished cake?
Yeah.
Let's see. What? Where are they?
Your email.
What?
Like a week ago.
What? When did it get sent to me? What the fuck?
I absolutely love that Ella had.
Oh,
ready for
fuck!
this occasion XD.
Just occurred. You want me to deal with that?
Can you figure it out so that I can shine it? Like, thank you. Okay. Yes. Oh, what's that? Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Forgot to sign a contract that I needed to sign. Oh, just reminded me it was my email. Definitely didn't see it. Okay. All right. There we go. Oh, man. Okay. All right. So yeah, anyway, it'll be on whatever their sort of like texture is and their kind of shit, but my work, different texture to look weird. Yeah. Yep. No, I'll do it after stream. I just didn't realize that I hadn't done that yet. All right. Okay, I'm a professional. I am a professional. I'm trying to be easy and good to work with. I'm trying so hard. I'm doing my best out here, man. 2K until the goal is met? Wait, 2K until the orb hits rank 10? Oh my god, Nick. Can you believe that? Can you believe we're this close to the orb rank 10? Oh my god. Wow, I can't believe it. Wow. Do you remember where the Orbathon was? It in commission portraits? Where was this even? What is rank 10? I should really organize my files better. Oh, it is. Okay. Rank 10 is canonized unit. Fuck. Fuck. Why did I agree to this shit? Because now I have to draw Yuna. Forgot what day of the week it was. Yeah. All right. Rank 12, we get an Orb mini adventure. And rank 13, we get a new GPU for our stream and Project EVA stream or Ava stream. Oh, that's right. You want Runa Cannon too? We'll take it up with Fishelin. What's up? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. Thank you, Ella. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Thank you, Ella. Appreciate it. Alright. Whatever. You can make a magical item called Yuna's Mop. Oh, Christ. Dude. That fucking creature. It'd be a magical item that wouldn't actually give you any bonuses or benefits. It'd just only have a downside to it. Needs to be taken out. But also complains when it has to be taken out. Yuna's Mop of Moodiness. The shag carpet of napping. I swear to God, it's all she wants to do is nap. Like, Ella being pregnant has not been good for this dog's laziness. I'll come downstairs sometimes after working for like 4 hours and realize that Ella and Yuna haven't moved in like 5 hours. And like, Ella, I get it. She's pregnant. But Yuna, what's her excuse for not moving? Besides the barking she just did. Yuna the dog or character Yuna the dog, unfortunately, yeah. Yuna be the first small folk of the setting. No, Yuna's just gonna, I'm just gonna draw a dog. But I'm gonna have to put armor and shit on her, right? Just be like some kind of a familiar of finding or whatever. Or creature of something-ing. Monster design, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. Monster design. Okay, cool, yeah. Like to vote for the Yuna that gets canonized is an avocado Yuna. We haven't talked about whether or not avocados belong in Eldara. Does an avocado belong in a fantasy setting? These are the real questions we have to ask as world builders. That'll be my next time on World Anvil stream. I'll have a 3-hour conversation with Samurai over what vegetables should be properly brought into fantasy and which vegetables should not. And it'll be the most enthralling conversations we'll have about world building. Just you wait. Holy. Make your Ella's next animal companion in the next game wherever you guys play again. That's true. Dude, I need to play D&D with Ella. Do I start a one-on-one D&D game with her? Is that how I play D&D? Because I don't have many plans right now. I don't think I could get Dashto to play D&D right now. I think he's too busy doing shit. He's too busy living the hot California life. Playing shirtless volleyball. Or whatever you do when you're hot and live in California. Shelly finds mops and is familiar of a retired tavern keeper. The retired dude is really good with using mop and other weird objects as weapons. That's pretty good, actually. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Yeah. Please tell me you don't think an avocado is a vegetable. It is absolutely a vegetable. Yes, an avocado is a vegetable. Yes, correct. Yep. Yes, I'm glad we've agreed on this fact today. That avocado is a vegetable. Because we know the actual classification for vegetables and fruits. All fruits are sweet and all vegetables are not sweet. Yep. 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 Avocados are green skill issues. I know. Well, Ashley, you'd have the expert opinion on it, right? Ashley, are we still playing D&D? Are you guys still playing? I haven't seen you on Discord in a while. I've been missing D&D, and now that I'm done being sick in Giant Project, I think I want to play D&D. I think I could actually fucking play D&D. I was thinking about you guys the other week. Last Thursday. I was longing for my my JPEGs. Tasty yucky equals vegetables. Exactly. Yes. Yes. Ashley knows.
These holes in your wall are beautiful. You punched these yourself? Wow.
Oh, funny. Oh, look. God damn it. Guapo! What's up, dude? How you doing, Guapo? Oh my god, Yuna, shut the fuck up. Okay. Bro, there have been animals and shit out front of our place, and she is not happy with that. There's been a squirrel war, and she's been mad about that shit. She's baby? No. You can't even hear her good. The problem is she's even longer than you guys, than the pictures that I show. You guys aren't gonna believe. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. One sec. I'm getting proof for this. All right. This is the problem right here. This is the problem. Excuse me. Problem. Would you stop trying to lick? You're not gonna get me. I don't know what to do about it. It's too... Look at this. Look how long her fucking fur is, dude. She hasn't gotten a haircut since like September or August. Look at that beard. It's just... full mop. You're no longer even puppy. Just mop. Alright? And this tail, bro. This tail. It's just too floof. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know how to fix this. Alright. Oh, Jesus! Okay. You wanna go see Ella? You don't know who Ella is. You be a good girl. No more barking, alright? No more barking, okay? You promise not to bark? You promise? Okay, go. Okay, go. All right. Well, that was the worst part of my day. Yep. We'll be fine. Thanks, Greg. Bro, have a good day at work, man. Please don't work too hard. You know? You gotta save energy for... Fuck it, you know, I swear to God. I will turn you into a hat. Alright, that's what I thought. Yeah, the squirmy baby. She just wanted to go see Ella again. She wanted her lap coziness. It's really unfortunate to watch. That creature just wants blanket and cozy. She wants lap and pets, and that's it. She doesn't bring any usefulness. She's supposed to be a ratting dog, okay? A working terrier. I didn't think I was buying an expensive plushie. And yet here we are. Spoonful of peanut butter. That is a good idea if... I'm assuming, Cass, that you are talking from experience. Right? I'm assuming that you have some sort of like level of previous prior knowledge that would suggest that such a thing works. There's one problem, one flaw with this. You ever seen the like alpha giga like Doge meme? This is like the ancient wolf dog versus the modern day dog. If Yuna eats too much peanut butter, she gets an upset tum-tum. If she eats too much of anything that isn't her like default food, she gets a bad tummy. She gets a little tummy ache. So I can't give her peanut butter. She can have like a pea-sized drop of peanut butter once every now and then, lest she have an upset tummy. So your theory applies to real dogs, I think, only. Not to lap rats. Not the tum pains. In college during the plague, and my brother's hound liked the sound of her own voice. That's hilarious. What, for like Zoom meetings and shit? Yeah. Dogger size wouldn't take much more than that, really. All right. So I know you can like give them peanut butter and like a Kong, and that'll like keep them entertained or whatever for a while. I've heard of that being the hack. Or pumpkin in a Kong. Here's me wishing we had a real dog. Actually, I don't know if I wish we had a real dog or not, because real dogs require a lot of space. And Yuna's okay with some pretty chill walkies. I don't know what it'd be like to have a big dog without a backyard. There's some people in like some apartments and condos and stuff close to where I live with like big dogs, and I'm always like, what the hell, man? What do you do? I live like right across from a apartment thing. I'll see people like leaving there, walking their big old dogs. I'm like, dude, doesn't that dog need like a backyard to go like fight things in or whatever? Or like a ranch or some shit? I don't know, man. What do I look like, a dog owner? Sure hope not. You had to have heard that one. Her little bitchy bark, and then I hear her collar clinging on her food bowl. Well, it looks like we're canonizing Yuna, unfortunately. So I have to canonize the Yorkshire Terrier in Eldara. I do think it's a cool fantasy experiment to create new dog breeds. That's like kind of a fun Eldara and thought project, I guess. Okay. I don't remember what this ribbon was supposed to be for, but it'll be cool as shit. There's another, like, yeah, okay. I remember we did this design. This design's gonna be so obnoxiously, like, ornate. I hope Brooklyn doesn't mind being the most extra. Not that Brooklyn's ever minded being the most extra D&D character, so... Also, freeze carrots if you don't own a Kong. That's true. Yuna does have a weird obsession with carrots. Like a creepy obsession with carrots. We bought a bag of mini carrots, and that's now her, like, go-to treat. Just mini carrots, man. That's all she wants. Can't even say the word carrot, otherwise she runs to the fridge, stares at you, and grumbles until you give her a carrot. It's probably not healthy, but, you know. I mean, the snack itself is healthy, but the obsession isn't. Like when she had a tuna thing for a couple of weeks there, when I was eating a lot of canned tuna last summer. Yeah, that looks fine. I'll have to like change some of the hatching on the previous work that I did. Like, it's funny that you can see even like within a month of break between the two things, how much my like shading and hatching changed over the period of doing all the characters for the thing. It's growth, man. It's an important part of the process. Not even just always growth, but just like change. There's so much that I've like been thinking about for, you know, maximizing creativity and the process of creating art. So much that I'm thinking about in the realm of like change and development. Going with the flow, you know? Letting your skills sort of like carry you while creativity just sort of like, it's almost like the skills that you have is like this, not, it's not like necessarily the paddles on a boat. It's just like how solid the boat is. Creativity is just like a river, man. You just gotta ride it. It's a massive exercise in going with the flow of everything. And I'm not sure why I've been thinking about this so much over the last couple of weeks. Maybe it was the powerful cough syrup. Or maybe it was me evolving and transcending into a new level of artist. Who knows? Who the fuck knows, dog? Evolution. Yeah. You know, I had like a really like to be serious about it for a second, I had a really large amount of like introspection. I've been very anxious when it comes to my art over the last year or so. I've been very focused, but very like kind of anxious over developing skills and what's good enough and whatnot. And I think in the last couple of weeks, I like learned to let go of a lot of that and just kind of like produce things. I weirdly had this like big conversation with my physio, because he is a physio that works with a lot of you know, convenient for timing, but Canadian like Olympians and stuff like that. He works with a lot of the like the ski team and shit like that. And before I started this big project, I was like, I went to him for like a little tune-up for my hand and my wrist and my arm, and we were just talking about like performing and stuff. And I was like, dude, I got this massive opportunity and I want to screw it up, and I've got like, you know, a lot of nerves about it. And he was talking about like how he is an athlete when he was competing, and then like other athletes he works with talk about a mindset shift and just sort of like, you can prepare as much as you can prepare, but at a certain point in time, you just kind of have to like let your skills take you and carry you. You can't like develop anymore. You just got to perform. And I realize it's kind of like an ongoing thing for artists. Like, you can improve yourself, sure, and you should improve yourself. I think it's important for artists to spend the time improving their craft in little like periods of training arcs, because you can improve passively as you make art, basically, and paint and whatever else, but it's nothing like the intentional learning phases that you go through as an artist if you really care and you're really trying. And it's one of the reasons why a lot of artists get stagnant, is because they get to a point where they think that they're sort of they're like, you know, employable or hireable or passable or whatever, and it really sucks to try and improve all the time. It's hard, so you just stop doing it because you're like, I don't need to do that shit anymore. I'm good. I've arrived at my skill level or whatever that I need to be at. So it's good to do that. But when you're not in that training phase and you have to just like create things for people, you kind of like can't overthink it. You just have to like make the thing. You know, and like I've been faced with a lot of like uncertainty and anxiety about like whether or not the piece is good enough. And I get that for like a lot of commissions that I do. Like even this piece, it's like there's like a nervousness of it, like, oh, what if it's not my best piece or whatever? And what if I look at it in 2 weeks and I'm like, oh my God, I should have done this, this, and this. How am I going to feel about this in a year when I'm like way better? And all those kind of things like run through my head. What I think I've kind of come to peace with or come to terms with is just like, everything's sort of like a moment in time for you as a creative. And you can't control much about it. You can just sort of like do your thing, create the work, and it's one piece in a large, vast volume of work that you do. And obviously when the stakes are really high, it's like a project that's going to get published for a lot of people to see. That's like a big deal, you know? But if that gets to your head, then you're not really like in the right mindset to just create. And that's something I've had to be thinking about a lot. And sort of releasing some of that tension and some of that like anxiety, I think is like maybe required to be able to do your best work. And I'm really proud of myself that I was able to like kind of do that a little bit over the last piece, or over the last couple of weeks. But it wasn't elegant. Like I didn't arrive to that conclusion. It wasn't a peaceful revelation, you know? It wasn't like I was like meditating on a fucking rock with birds chirping when I like came to this conclusion that I can't stress out too much about a piece, about my art or whatever. I just have to kind of do it and like, you know, engage in the craft of it. It wasn't some like super zen moment, man. It's because I exhausted myself. I absolutely fried my nervous system with anxiety over it, that I just like kind of short-circuited and fizzled. And it's like my body and mind was like, you can't keep doing this. You cannot keep stressing about this. You're gonna die. So figure out a way to be chill as shit about this big project. And I feel a lot better after I kind of like hit that stride for it. And I hope I can carry that into my other work. Because, you know, I think that a lot of people hear about the idea of perfectionism being this problem. But what I've always been skeptical about is I think a lot of people don't really understand what perfectionism is, right? A lot of people, I think, will, in the conversation of art and perfectionism, will say something like, oh, you can't be a perfectionist. And they'll say that to somebody who is, I think, doing a adequate amount of what like doing your best looks like. Or like where's the line between doing your best and perfectionism? And I think a lot of people don't understand where that line is. So they'll see somebody like you know, they'll see somebody doing something like over a couple of times to make sure and ensure they get a good design out of it. And they'll be like, oh my God, you're a perfectionist, just let it go. But it's like, no, maybe you need to like actually try harder for your designs. And where's that line? Where's the line between like, you need to try harder and take this seriously versus this person's being a perfectionist? And I think that I'm always skeptical of that, because I think that I think that if you let yourself listen to that kind of like dialogue within your own mind, and also other people talking to you about your art, and you let people convince you that you're just being a perfectionist when it comes to things, I think that is a great way to wade into the mire of mediocrity. Because most people suck, and most people are mediocre at what they do. That's by definition in some ways. Mediocrity is the definitional middle point, the common result. And so I think that that it's like, you want to work harder than most people. You want most people to call you a perfectionist. But then you don't want to go too far over the line to actually being a perfectionist. And I think I finally hit that line, and I knew where it was finally, because I'm always so skeptical that I'm like, you know, oh, you're working this too much. You're worried about the design too much. You're overworking the piece. You've redone it like X times. But when it became a debilitating sort of like part of the process, I realized, oh, that's now the time to just breathe and just let the project flow. You've done the design to the best of your ability, and you're confident that you can say that you've done the design to the best of your ability. because you know that you've gone further because you pushed yourself to the limit, basically. You've hit the wall, man. You've fried the engine. And that's like a necessary part of the process, I think, that people, that's not a popular thing to talk about. Like if I made an art advice video about young artists making like strides in their careers, and I said work to yourself to the point where you burn out and almost want to quit. Actually, sorry, and want to quit. Work yourself until you absolutely fry yourself. Burn yourself out entirely. And you say that, you're going to get just roasted for being a toxic, bad art influence, whatever, hustle culture, grinding, bad, whatever. Like the amount of people that would, if I made like advice like that into a YouTube video that would just be rightfully in some ways, but losing their shit on that advice, it wouldn't be good. But I think it's important to know where the line is. And if you never push yourself to the edge and off the edge, and then climb back up on the fucking cliff, then you never know where the edge is. And so you don't actually know if you're being a perfectionist or if you're just like working hard. But in that idea of sort of perfectionism, it is bad. You can't spend all your time worrying about whether a project is good enough or whatever. If that's on your mind and you're not able to sort of like let go of that kind of anxiety and just be creative, creativity can't flow. You can't force it. You can't brute force creativity. And I should know better. I should know this because when I was in art school, I always thought it was funny because we had a amount of work that was like a workload that was legendary when I was in my art program. It was an insane amount of work. It was more work than I expected in the art program, and more work than anyone ever like believed me that we put in with an art, because like you know you're in school for an art degree. People think you're kind of like phoning in a little bit. And like, fair enough, because most art degrees are kind of full of shit. Like I get it, but our program that like I survived was intense. And I always thought it was funny that like you couldn't, like at 3 a.m. you still had to be creative. I was envious of people that just had to study at 3 a.m. Oh, I was up till 3 a.m. studying. I'm like, dude, that would have been great. I was up at 3 a.m. trying to be creative, and I knew you couldn't be creative at 3 a.m. You couldn't truly be creative at 3 a.m. because you can't be truly creative under too much pressure, under too much stress. And so I think that there is an important sort of like line where you hit, where you're like, okay, now is not the time to worry about the perfecting or building of the skill. Now is the time to perform. Now is the time to do the thing. And in letting go, you're able to actually like do something interesting and something like good you can be proud of. So I don't know, thoughts and revelations and contemplations and oh shit, what am I hitting? I need to figure out what this hotkey is that zooms way the shit in on this, because it is ruining my life right now. I messed up like several recordings doing that. Happy hump day to you, too, Ernesto. Zoom. Yeah, it's a hotkey though that will zoom the other like window in as far as my main one is. I don't know what it is. It's a control something, but I asked Photoshop's forum fucking wisdoms about it a while ago, and nobody seemed to know. Nobody seemed to have posts about it or anything. So maybe I'm imagining it. I don't know. Either way, kind of want to throw Photoshop out the window sometimes. I become one with the program over the last couple weeks. I should really like log my hours just to see what this kind of project would take out of me or whatever. There's some kind of stream of yours, but I love your art on Instagram. Oh shoot, thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Didn't know you're Canadian. That's awesome. I'm from Edmonton. Is that a Vancouver PWHL jersey? It is. Yes, it's a Golden Eyes jersey. My wife and I are following the Golden Eyes because we are We are from close to Calgary. So I'm wearing my Hockey Canada hat to support the teams out there in Italy right now. Actually, I just really like this hat because it's got this cool like stitching on it. But yeah, couple of Vancouver GoldenEye players out there. Sarah Nurse and Emrance Mashmeyer. Which is funny because Emrance is actually from Bruderheim, Alberta, which is a place I didn't know existed until a couple of years ago, where I actually got my dog from Bruderheim. I think it's cool. But yeah, dude. PWH's been fun. It's been fun to have a new league to follow. Because, being from Alberta, I mean, you have a choice of the Oilers or the Flames. And, right, I'm not a big rivalry guy. I like watching the Oilers and the Flames. I'm not like... I grew up watching the Flames, but I'm not like mad at Edmonton. I don't get where this whole rivalry thing comes from. Hey, can't be Calgary, may as well be Edmonton. That's fucking sick, bro. I cheer for them every day. But it's nice to have another league to kind of follow along. Nice to have another thing, like games to watch every week or whatever. Yeah, I can't wait until they get their proper jerseys for Seattle and Toronto, and Vancouver, with their proper logos and shit on it. I do like the Victoire jersey the most. I think the Montreal Victoire jersey is probably the best hockey jersey in all professional hockey, NHL included. I don't think there's a single NHL jersey in my preferences that matches with how dope the Victoire jersey is. It's such a cool color scheme and logo. I love it. But my wife got me the Vancouver one for Christmas this year because it's kind of cool to have a jersey that's like their preseason jersey. So I do really want to get a Victoire jersey at some point in time, but I'm glad I got the Golden Eyes one before these are impossible to find, before next season rolls around. Hope the Olympics are a good tournament for the men's hockey. The women's hockey's been a good tournament so far. I think men's starts today or tomorrow. Women's has been going on for a couple days. Been dope, dude. Those belts? I know. Dude, I'm trying, Brooklyn. I'm trying. Addie's the only bard that I can put daggers and bows onto the same belt. So, Iron Oilers don't hate the Flames, but the rivalry's fun. Yeah, I mean, I love watching the Oilers play, dude. And I'm so happy for Edmonton's not my favorite city. it's a little too industrial for me, but I love Edmontonians. I go to Edmonton actually probably 5 or 6 times a year for conventions and events and stuff that I work at, sell art. My wife has dice business, so we're up in Edmonton Expo for Edmonton for the Expo and for GameCon, for the Vegreville Ren Fair, all that kind of stuff. And I love Edmonton. I love my Edmontonian brothers and sisters up north, and I love that you guys finally have the hockey y'all deserve. I love that for Edmonton. I love that Rogers is dope. You guys have a great arena, an amazing team, crazy fun playoff runs and shit like that. I love being the city during playoffs because GameCon is during playoffs, if during the Stanley Cup finals. So it's fun to be in Edmonton during not just playoffs but finals. But if it can't be Calgary, man, I'm happy to see Edmonton win a cup. That's fucking sick. If Alberta ever gets a team, I'd watch more. I'd agree PWH jerseys and even the team names are cooler than the NHL's. They're pretty cool. It's fun to have it's fun to have history in the NHL, but it's nice that a lot of these teams can come in with no, weight of oh, we have to have our jersey from 1,000 years ago or whatever. So I like the PWHL. It's really fun for that. It's hard to watch though, because I think you can only watch it on Amazon Prime, but it's fun. I'm enjoying having more hockey than just catching Edmonton and Calgary games. It's really a lot of fun to have more hockey to watch. I'm a decent hockey fan, but my wife is a crazy big hockey fan. I was like, when her dad was still alive, that's like what her and her dad did, was they would go to Flames games and shit. So it's like really meaningful for her. And with a little boy on the way, I assume we're gonna be taking him to, like, Ella's so excited to be hockey mom. She's so excited to be hockey mom, dude. I'm not excited for getting up at 5 a.m. if our little guy wants to play. There'd be 4 new PWHL teams next season. Yes, they said they wanted there to be 4 more on the next expansion, then they're capping it for a while. So finals 2 years in a row is unreal. Yeah, it's great. It's like it's fun also, like to get there for GameCon, and you get to the hotel and the dude's just like, oh, you're coming in to sit in for the playoffs. I'm like, no, I'm here for a convention, a nerd con, basically. And they're like, wow, it's a good thing you booked your hotels early, because like the price of the hotel room that we book in is like $120 a month or a night or whatever, months and months and months in advance, because we know we're going to the convention. Like that, we know that we're going to the convention the next year, basically when we finish that year. And last time we were in there, the guy was like, dude, like hotel rooms at this hotel this weekend are like $700. So it's crazy that you got in for, you know, $120 or whatever. So I gotta make sure that for GameCon specifically, we always book our hotel early, because there's always a risk that the Edmonton Oilers are gonna make it to the finals. Done it 2 years in a row, man. I never bet against them. So I don't want to be in the city though if they lose. I don't. That'd be bad. It'd be bad to be there for that. But there was like this vendor and like industry event, and they were like, yeah, man, we got a bunch of like the industry artists and like vendors and stuff like that. We're all doing this big party downtown. I'm like, oh yeah? They're like, yeah, man, it'll be a Saturday night, whatever. We're going to this bar. I'm like, you want me to go downtown in Edmonton during a playoff game at the same time when they're playing at home? I'm not going anywhere near downtown. You couldn't convince me to even look that direction. Are you kidding? Holy. It'd be chaotic. Like, you guys do know that there's like a big hockey game tonight. They're like, what? Is there something going on downtown that we should know about? Oh. Ooh. Y'all might want to rethink the direction of the city you're going in tonight for a casual night out of drinks or whatever. So if Alberta leaves, it was out of their own league. Yeah, something like that. Alberta and Flames can play hockey against each other or some shit. I'd make a joke about how Edmonton would, or Alberta, or the Flames would never win another hockey game again, but hey, the Flames do decently in the Battle of Alberta. I think they're like, I think the Flames are winning the Battle of Alberta this year. I think they're like 3-1 or whatever. I wish the Flames, I wish we could like see teams like it'd be fun to like be like, yo, hey, Edmonton, how about like the Flames will just give you Dustin Wolf for a season or two so you guys can win a cup, then he'll come back home and, you know, then we'll make a run in a couple of years. Hey man, I'd support it. I'd love to see Edmonton win a cup. That'd be fucking sick, dude. That'd be fucking sick. I'd drive up for the parade. Let's go, dude. I think the Flames are actually winning the Battle of Alberta all the time too. Really? I don't. Maybe in the last year, but before that, really? I know the big one. The big one was I loved the, what was it? The Heritage Classic. Calgary got stomped in the Heritage Classic by Edmonton. But what a cool game. That would have been fun to go to see, because it was at the Elks Stadium, right? I forget what it's called. I drive by it when we go to the convention all the time, but I can't remember the name of the stadium for the life of me. But I remember the Heritage. Edmonton rolled Calgary over. And that was tough to watch. I wanted it to be a nice close game. I didn't care if Calgary won. I mean, I want Calgary to win, but I wanted it to be a good game. At least they don't hate each other as much as fucking Florida does. Holy. Take Dustin Wolf? Yeah, for real, right? Loan him up there to go win a cup or two with Edmonton, and then he can come back home and, you know, finish his contract out with the Flames. Let's go. Okay. What was... Oh, yeah, okay. Trying to figure out what the fuck this was. It was jewelry and fancy bard shit because... Well, I don't need to think about it too hard with this character. If it looks like fancy or ornate bullshit, it's probably all it is, and I don't need to worry about it. Listen, having fancy, cool design on a character is a character design. I like that I get to do, like, I really get to push designs for Brooklyn's characters, so. And remember, not to overthink it. If I thought it was a good idea in the design phase, then I should trust the instinct and just do it. Brooklyn's Coliseum, that was a fun game. Also loved Heritage Classic jersey. Wish I got one. Yeah, Ella got a my wife. She got one of the Calgary ones. It's a really cool like color scheme or whatever. I don't remember what the Edmonton one looked like, but Edmonton Oilers Heritage Classic jersey. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. One of my only problems with the Edmonton jersey is I don't love how bright the orange is. Just for my own... I know it's like a great jersey, but I like the darker, you know, slightly dark combination. So that's cool. That's my jam. I like that. That looks great. That's David Edmonton classic jersey sign. $2,800. Oh God, man. That's a bit much, man. That's a bit much. Oof. God. How about that? Yeah, that's nice. That's a cool one. I like those special edition jerseys. They all look really dope. I really don't like Calgary's new jersey. Nobody in Calgary likes the new jersey. Our new one, like, with the white C, I don't know anybody who likes this one. I don't know anybody who likes our current jersey. It's so nasty. The old one where it was red and black. This one, everybody who has one of these, like Ella and I have like multiples of this type of jersey with the red and black, and a little bit of the yellow. Everybody wears this at games. Nobody wants this fucking atrocious. Ugh. I just want cool jerseys, man. Addie be absolutely have a random chains and jewelry hanging from random places, including her tail, right, Brooklyn? Oh shit, I didn't see pop in Legion. I'm sorry. Legion's been gone for a half hour. Yeah, I'm alive. I'm back. Blues, I read the schedule wrong, and apparently I still have an entire hour. There you go. Saffron, what up? What are you gonna do with all your extra time? You play video games and shit. You could take up competitive Age of Empires 2 and chain smoking, and you could just play Age of Empires 2 ladder like a 46-year-old balding man that played Age of Empires in the dorms whilst chain smoking and drinking kvass and wearing an Adidas tracksuit. You could be that if you tried, you know? Yeah, the tail too. Yeah, sorry I was gone for so long, Legion. I have had the worst luck with being sick. The timeline for Elle and I being sick was we got COVID in early December, and then we were feeling better, and then got the flu in late December, and then at a Christmas family event, the one that we got COVID last year, we got sick again this year. For the first like week or so of January, we were sick, and then started to get better and got sick again. I get sick like maybe once a year, and Elle and I have been sick for it feels like 2 months. One of us has just been sick for 2 months. I was so unbelievably sick this last time around. Like, I had to do so much work. It was ridiculous during it.
Stop getting sick.
I'm trying, Steph, bro. I'm trying, dude. Next time I get sick, Steph, I'm just gonna stream through it. Fuck it. I can't talk, and I just have to do silent streams. I'll just sit there with lo-fi beats playing and text to speech going or whatever. Thanks for the sub, though. Thanks for the 43 months, man. Appreciate it, stuff. Well, during this last bout of being sick, I also was finishing up the first big like published contract project I've ever done, and I'm very excited about it because I just submitted the last piece this morning after I got approval from the art director on stream. So, a couple of months here, I'll be a published artist. I'm a big publisher. It's fancy and legitimate and shit, right? Just pre-recorded some clips you can use. Yeah, that's probably what I should do. I'll just run reruns from the last year and no one will know. No one will know. I keep working on my Trash Night mermaid costume. All right, fine, whatever. Yeah, fine, whatever, dude. Wait, what do you mean Trash Night mermaid? Because all I can think of is the game One Crab's Trash or whatever it was. The Crab Souls. Under the Sea. It's not a terrible idea, yeah. Look, I gotta figure it out, okay? Gotta figure out something. Because this is gonna be an intense couple of months. Because I want to have everything done by the end of the ORBATHON. And so right now we're finishing up the coffee orders from this year. And then we're finishing up the Eldara sponsorship projects. And then the adventure. I basically am going to need to take off a couple of weeks in May. Because we'll have the little one here. And I want to have everything that I need to do done. So I can come back from that May break. Exhausted from the little guy. With a vengeance to create and start new projects and stuff. That's the plan. That's the goal, all right? That's the next step, as it were. So, gonna be a lot. I do take some time off next week because we're getting our carpets replaced. Because apparently it's not good to have ancient carpets in your house when you have a newborn. So, my mother-in-law is very generously replacing our carpets for us, which is very cool. Calculus assignment to work on another lecture in 20 minutes. Keep you out of the background, dude. Good luck. Good luck. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. Dude, I miss having calculus assignments. I miss having, like, projects and shit like that, you know? I do need more water, though, because Ella brought me water, but I need my electrolyte. New carpet's nice. It is, but the problem is stuff we have to, like, I have to move everything from our upper floor downstairs. So every bookcase, cabinet, heavy printer, desk, the desks, I have to dismantle them. It's going to be an insane weekend for me. And then, like, Monday, Tuesday, I'll be gone because we'll be getting the carpets done. And then when I come back for stream, it'll basically be me in an empty room. Just me right here at this desk. The only things I bring up back upstairs is this desk, this computer, and everything. So it's gonna be oh my god, it's gonna be crazy. Okay, give me one sec. BRB. All right, disaster averted. Yep. Mm-hmm. We're good. Okay. Let's finish this off, man. Let's get all of our bardic belts. Now the question is, what items does a bard carry on her possession? You have a bard that is an adventurer, performer, master of her craft. I always find that to be the most interesting thing that like I talk to people about when I like do like a deep commission piece with them. I get to ask about like all the items that they selected, because I find that character creation in D&D is very good, but I get more information usually out of a person's inventory than out of their character sheets, like class and selection and things like that. Maybe it's a newer way of playing D&D, but something I've noticed, or anyway. Welcome back, Say. Pocket of sand. You think they carry pocket sand? A bard would be caught with pocket sand? It's a scandal. An outrage, I say. Pocket sand on a bard. Who would have thought? I mean, fair, right? You know. I wonder why bards don't have a hitman reputation. They probably carry some really interesting weapons. Kind of, right? I'm not sure what the Eldarin bard class is gonna, or subclass is gonna be. I've been trying to really think about what makes a bard a bard. Now, I always wanted to do a dancer bard because the dancer class in Final Fantasy 14, I think, is really interesting. But I think that's been added into the game, right? They added a subclass in 2024 rules somewhere. Like a dancer or some shit. Battle dancer. I don't know. It's been hard to pay attention to Wizard releases, dude. I'll be honest. I'm so lukewarm about so many of the like the D&D releases that come out of WotC now. I feel like the I don't think they're doing anything wrong, but just like their decision to make sure they release classes that are sort of like perfectly balanced and never broken, unlike, you know, the sort of the 4th edition pre-2012 Wizards of the Coast. It was more like Wild West type shit. You got really neat and really interesting like subclasses out of them, but I think they try to shift the approachability of D&D being something that if you're playing WotC content, you never have to worry about balance issues or mechanical like awkwardness. So for like the Astral Knight and the Astral Sage, there's a ton of mechanical awkwardness if you like don't know how to kind of like handle a situation. There's not like a rule written for everything, right? Holy shit, man. I'm dying over here still. How do you have someone else's carry her pocket sand for her? That makes sense, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Paints makes us signs and flyers. What kind of signs and flyers are bards making? Cult recruitment posters. Every class can do almost anything. Every other class can now. Yeah, and like, I mean, there's like... So like, let me give you an example of an ability that I really like. The kind of abilities that I made for Eldarin classes are pretty dumb. But this is what I mean for like cool abilities. So the Astral Knight spell list. Where is an example? Okay, perfect. Like Apogee Tether. This is one of my favorite Astral Knight abilities. It's a very low level spell, and it reads: a dark constellation materializes between your hand and a creature you can see within range. If the target is a large or smaller, it must succeed on a strength saving throw or be ripped towards you and land in an unoccupied square adjacent to you. As the target is landing, you may use your bonus action to make a melee attack on the target. If your attack hits, the target is knocked prone. I see all sorts of situations where this requires a level of DM ruling. Like, well, what if the target is medium, but they're wearing full plate and have an extra weight on them? Or what if the target has their sword embedded into the ground because they just use some sort of fucking earth ability or whatever? Do you need to make a disarm check? Like, there's a lot of awkwardness that comes in situations in D&D that is entirely situational. And it's the kind of thing in a game where you would go, oh, that's a neat interaction. Did you know that if you like apogee tether a creature while it was in the middle of the cast, you actually rip it and its sword away out of the ground, it cancels the cast? Like things like that in a video game. You would understand that that's like an interaction that is programmed into the game. But in D&D, a lot of those weird interactions with abilities are not something that you can necessarily like really predict ahead of time. So when Wizards is writing a class or writing an ability, their new way of doing it in the last decade of D&D has been to make sure that they make everything so clean and polished and so like well crafted that there is never a question of what you do in a situation. Well, what if the target is mid fireball cast when you cast, Evard's Hand of the Pickle Tickling, and then they cast their Magnificent Mansion in between you and your Chain Lightning's third target, but it's like the third Thursday in or third Tuesday in the month, so Taco Bell has a sale for chalupas. Like, they know exactly what's happening in every interaction, and they make sure that the game can't break. But I think that when you do that, if you can make an ability, I think 85% like solid, and that's good. But in order to get the next 15% in, you have to give up, like, let's just say like 30% of the personality for the next 10%. So you have a great ability with a lot of personality. It's 85% of the way there. To get the next 10%, you need to give up 30% of the personality. So it's like, okay, it's like less cool. But in order to get the last 5%, you have to give up another like 30% of like the cool factor of an ability. So a lot of D&D mechanics lose a lot of the soul and like coolitude of something in order to make sure it's always balanced and always easy to understand. It never breaks, never buggy. And that makes sense if you are the official publisher of D&D and you don't want anyone to ever not know what to do. You want to take the pressure off of DMs entirely. You want D&D to run itself, basically. And that's the decision Wizards made to get people into the game because they want DMs to have an easier time with it. And that's fair, and I understand why they made that decision. But the problem is that if you are somebody that's sort of outgrown that initial D&D sort of, like, I don't know, starter zone, then a lot of the stuff that Wizards of the Coast produce is kind of boring in my opinion. And so they used to have something that was sort of a solution to this in Magic the Gathering, like 2 decades ago. Okay, they used to have different Magic the Gathering products that were geared towards different levels of player. So they had beginner products, they had advanced, and they had expert. And so if you go and look back at old Magic the Gathering products, you'll see on most of them it says expert on it, little circle. But people didn't follow this, but so they got rid of it. Fair enough. But the idea was that beginner products were very like, this creature is a 2/2 for 2. This creature, when you attack it, brings its Yorkie with it and it barks and it's annoying. Like it's very easy mechanics to understand. Advanced was a little bit more, some more interesting mechanics that were a little bit harder to know interactions with. And expert was the game as you know it, with all sorts of crazy different abilities and things like that you can do in the game. So I wish that D&D did something similar. I wish they created a base game with base classes and base whatever that was like, this is beginner stuff. This is whatever. This is like baseline. They kind of did that with core sets too. Magic the Gathering, after they removed the advanced product, they kind of did that with core sets for a while. keeping them as the entry point, and then they made core sets the true mainline core set, which was the core of abilities in cards they didn't need to print in other sets, whatever. But it was nice they had sort of different levels of that. But I feel like Wizards of the Coast is basically the beginner product now, which is, again, not a bad thing, because you want it to be a good introduction to people. But really, I think that if you're looking for something with a lot more meat in it, and you're looking for something that has a lot more intrigue in it and interest and, you know, and exploration within the class, I think you have to go to homebrew at that point in time. So for the Astral Knight and the Astral Sage, there's lots of crazy shit that happens that's like, man, I don't know what to do. Like, what happens if you're like mid whatever? Like, you know, one of the biggest abilities that has gotten a lot of both excitement and negative feedback in the beta testing, but it's all good negative feedback, was this spell, which is one of their higher level spells, where basically, okay, it says, open yourself to the deep sky and briefly connect your spirit to a constellation. This connection bends time and space around it and causes you to blink through reality at a rapid speed. As a single action, you may make up to 1d6 plus 1 additional attacks this turn on any number of targets within a 30-foot radius, teleporting to an unoccupied square adjacent to each new target. So basically, you blink around, like, you know, in a flash, attacking the entire battlefield, or one guy, you attack him like 8 times. It's really cool. It's really high level ability. But there's lots of like weird shit about it. Like what do you, like, it works on the surface, but what if you blink into fire? It's unoccupied, but it's a fire. Do you take fire damage during that? You have to kind of like, as a DM rule, like, it's a little bit of fire. You kind of blink into existence just above it. And then, you know, or you would say like, okay, I want to blink into this fire square. Do I take fire damage? The DM's like, I don't know, make an acrobatics check or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, if you've been watching Critical Role, you watch like Brennan do this a lot, where he'll sort of say things like he'll add in conditions, right? Like in the most recent episode, something happened, because I'm finally caught up on Critical Role because I was sick and didn't have anything else better to do or to listen to while I was working. Where somebody uses a fog cloud and says something, and Brennan gives her an intimidate off of it, and it's like, oh, that's cool, you know. But the real core part of what makes D&D fun to me in combat and mechanics is when the DM introduces others, challenges, and checks into the game beyond just the words and rules as written. And so for this Astral Knight ability, if you are blinking around the battlefield, but you need to blink into an unoccupied square, but there's like, I don't know, like somebody dropped their Lego. It's like, do you take like piercing damage when you like port onto the Lego for a minute? I don't know, man. And that's like a weird thing that I'm not gonna make this, I'm not gonna word this ability down or like say, you must blink into an unoccupied square that doesn't have whatever, but you have to do a check if this and that. Like, no, that's annoying. So it's just like, use your head, man. I don't know if the DM's just like, yeah, you're blinking in and out of existence really quickly, so it's like, you're not gonna take fire damage, right? Or if the DM's like, yeah, man, I'm sorry, if you're gonna blink into the acid, I'm gonna make you take acid damage. It's like, okay, cool, fair enough. But you require a DM to use their brain and to like run the game in some ways, I think, to have interesting abilities. But I'm never going to make an ability perfectly balanced. And so when I said I got a lot of bad feedback on this ability, it was people giving situations like that. People being like, well, what do I do, man? A player blinked into fire. I didn't know if I was supposed to give them fire damage or not. Like, are they immune to damage in the middle of it? Like, this guy was hasted and had a ready to action, so that when like one of the like, you know, situations brought up was someone who said this guy had a ready to action where if anyone came close to him, he would attack them immediately. And then you blink into existence, does he still get his attack? Like, what do you do, Evan? And I'm like, I don't know. Do you think he should get his attack? The person's like, well, I don't know. I didn't know what to do. We didn't know what to do, man. The ability's broken. You can't have the ability. It's broken. And I'm like, you fucking figure it out. Like, do you think that he should get his, do you think that counts as him getting his ready to action, or is it like split second and he's gone? You tell me how it's supposed to work. You're the fucking DM. And that's the way I think a lot of cool D&D like abilities and TTRPG abilities should work, is the DM should make a ruling on that kind of stuff in the context of the game. So I don't know, man. When it comes to like making classes and subclasses and shit for D&D, I really don't know what the like the level of polish versus playability versus cool factor should be. You went to the middle about. Hopefully, you'll feel nice and proud after getting all that done out of the way. I hope so too, Salesian. I hope that I can get like. Oh my god, the work debt for me is right now is massive. I've been a fan of Pathfinder more than D&D, so I found it's more free. And I love Pathfinder too, for a lot of reasons. My favorite edition of D&D is Saga Edition, and Saga Edition is the what is it, the 3.5 Star Wars, yeah, 3.5 Star Wars, whatever that is the port of the rule set into Star Wars, but it's based off 3.5, and so is Pathfinder. And I think the Pathfinder is always the like. See, Pathfinder is always the like the continuation of the D&D with the most amount of soul in it. The classic plus. 4th edition was fun and silly, but it wasn't the continuation of D&D as a core. Say takes the ready action, but disadvantage because of the very fast moving target. Seems fair to me. That's brilliant. That's fucking brilliant. I wouldn't have thought to say that. So I love that. That yes, he gets the attack, but since it's so fast, he gets it with disadvantage because he's got to like, you know, get it. That's fucking brilliant. That Salesian is the way I'm going to handle that from now on. Not that that's come up or whatever yet, or somebody had it ready to action. But if that ever comes into my game, that's exactly the way I'm going to handle it. Because that's fucking sick. But that's the thing. It's like, I'm not going to have that, like, I'm not going to have that, like that, I'm not going to have the best answer for everything on my own. And so I love the idea of you find out how a DM handles a situation and you're like, wait, that's really cool. I want to do that as well. And I think that's like, in a lot of ways, that to me is the core essence of what is great about D&D in the communal sense of it. You know, the best example I think is Matt Mercer's How Do You Want to Do This? Right? Which people have had they think he came up with it. Kind of. He kind of came up with it, kind of popularized it. There was basically a way of whenever someone was killing a target, you'd offer them the opportunity to kill it. But the how do you want to do this is like a great way of wording it. And for a lot of people, that's the first time they'd ever heard it. The first time I ever heard it was actually somebody who had a saying for it when I was playing 3.5, and he was this older DM, and he would only say it for big encounters. Like if you kill the guy, he would describe it in a great way. He's like, okay, yeah, you slash him, whatever, and blah blah blah. This happens and dude dies. But whenever you kill the boss, right? The guy was like, okay, you know, that's enough damage. The kill is yours, make it glorious. I love that phrase. He said, the kill is yours, make it glorious. And then you get to do your cool finisher move. But the how do you want to do this is a way that idea has spread. Because that's not built into D&D. That's part of the community. That's an idea that comes from the player base. And I think as the creator, you have to give the most opening for people to come up with the best rules and the best ways to handle it. And for D&D players that are just like sort of rules as written, the book's the book, I understand why Wizards wants to have the most polished system possible. Because there's no rule for how do you want to do this. There's no rule for how to, like, you know, they try and give players power and say, hey, you're the DM, you're the master of the game, you can change the rules as you want to, ish. Wizards kind of does that, but they're also kind of leaning on their like desire to make a lot of money and say like, oh, our books are the only books that matter. But also they can't say that. They're stuck in a weird position between being a for-profit company with an investor board of directors and then also being a bunch of creatives. And I get it. It's like World of Warcraft at Blizzard, or Activision Blizzard, formerly Activision Blizzard. It's the same kind of thing. When you talk to the actual devs on the team, you know there's a big weird kind of like negotiation between the cool creative thing and the actual making it a product. And that's why I would never sell Eldara, basically, so I don't have to answer to anybody. But that aside, I understand why Wizards made the product the way they have. But I do think that if you're going to make your own class, I think the worst thing you can do is make classes, weapons, things like that are as balanced and polished as the books. That is one way fucking ticket straight to the most boring D&D I've ever played. Holy shit. I love spell ability with a wiggle room. I think it's good for having characters make creative choices. I love bargaining with the DM to do cool stuff. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the way I have designed the Astral Knight's abilities to feel more like an MMO character's abilities than to feel necessarily like a D&D character ability. Like how would like this one's another one that had a lot of problems for it, like people not knowing what to do about it, which if there are questions people have about like how does this ability work, with clarifications if it wasn't clear, then I need to change it. But if it's just kind of like here's a specific little specific situation didn't work, so I demand you change the ability, that to me I'm like, okay, cool, the feedback was nice to have, but I'm not going to even consider it. So this one says charge your runes with a volatile astral energy, then surge forward in a trail of stars. Choose a direction and dash in a straight line, passing through creatures and small objects emerging at the end of your movement. The surge leaves behind a trail of magical slashes that tear through everything in your path. All creatures in the line must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, creatures take slashing damage based on the energy unleashed. On a successful save, they take half damage. To determine the power of the surge, make a charisma check and add your proficiency bonus and compare the results below. So you basically say that you're going to use this ability, right? You're going to spend 4 runes, which is a lot for an Astral Knight. This is a higher level ability. And then you're going to roll this is similar to the way Use the Force checks worked in Star Wars, where you'd roll your skill, Use the Force, and it would determine how good the ability was. So I do that a couple times with Charisma with the Astral Knights. So you roll a Charisma check, more or less, right? Add your proficiency bonus and your Charisma. And then you get to do a better version of this of the skill of the ability as your roll is increased. So imagine you get your it's a way of making a spell that kind of in some ways has a saving like throw to it, like a spell save. Also have a roll, so you get that moment not where you get a natural 20 you crit, but imagine you get like, you know, you can use the spell first thing at like when you get your 4th rune. You get your 4th rune at level 5. So you only get 4 runes a day. Now you can regenerate a little bit here and there, but let's just say that that is like you empty the tank at 5th level to do this ability. So it's like balanced to be like, if you want to spend all of your basically like cool factor in an entire day on this one thing, then you can do it. But then you get to roll, I don't know, like at 5th level, what is it? You're gonna have average an extra like +4 or so ish with your charisma plus your proficiency bonus, or maybe higher. But regardless, you get like that 22 or whatever, and you get to do 66 to everything and dash 30 feet. Like, that's cool to me. That's a fucking cool ability. Now we can turn the knobs on it. We can change a little bit. Maybe it needs to be, we need to up the die here or lower the die for this or whatever. We can turn those knobs. But in essence, the ability at the core of it's supposed to be this cool fucking thing where you just like sort of blitz through in like the blink of the eye through a line, kind of samurai style with the sword out, and then put it away as everyone falls behind you. It's that kind of, in essence, cinematic ability, but there's a lot of like, it lacks some clarity in here. Like, so you can pass through creatures and small objects. Well, what is a small object? I add that into the wording so that it's not like, oh my God, there's a barrel or there's a rock. You stubbed your toe on like a crack in the sidewalk and you ended your dash. That's in essence not supposed to be what happens. Like, you're not supposed to go through a wall. Like, fair enough. You're not dashing through a fucking, you know, like bugbear sized rock. Like, sure, whatever, man. But you're supposed to be able to kind of like get across the battlefield. And we all know, for the most part, when I say you can pass through small objects, there's a barrel, there's a thing, there's whatever, there's a shrubbery, whatever. But you're not supposed to be able to dash from one skyship to the next one through the walls and the hall and, you know, through the phalanx of skeleton guards or whatever, holding up tower shields made of solid adamantium and the fat dragon from the D&D movie. Like, whatever, dude. But the point is that it's supposed to be a thematic cinematic ability that's really cool to use. But there's a ton of problems in here. Like, Wizards would never publish something like this because there's too much gray space of like, how the fuck do you handle this? And I think what was the only like big piece of like negative feedback that I kind of like sort of dismissed from this, and I meant dismiss as in like, I'm glad you gave it to me, but I'm not going to change based on that. was somebody trying to figure out what the classification of a small object was. Was it density, size, or... Yeah, what was it? Was it size, density, or height? And it's like, I don't know. What was the object? Well, it was a rock. Well, how big was the rock? Well, I don't know. It was like 2 or 3 feet high. I would like, is it supposed to be something that's like a combat like cover? Is that supposed to be part of the environment that's supposed to be like, you know, a major piece of like interact, like, you know what I mean? No, it's just kind of there. That was on the map. There was like a rock that was on the map because you downloaded a map from what was it? Specu Design. I forgot that big map maker, and had a rock and you couldn't dash through it. Like, I don't care. That's not in essence what the ability is supposed to be. You know what I mean? So this is like one of those things that I think is a big trade-off for D&D classes, is making sure that, you know, we're creating stuff that actually makes the game feel fun to play, as opposed to perfectly balanced. But I know there's a lot of people that don't like that. They want everything perfectly balanced. I've had that with people at conventions. Like, I had a guy at the last Ren Fair of the year that looked at my magic item cards and he said, "Are these 2024 compliant?" And I said, well, I mean, kind of. The guy was like, "What do you mean? They either are or aren't." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Then no." He's like, "They're not?" I'm like, "No, because if like most magic items, you know that if there's a 2020 or 2014 magic item and a 2024 magic item, they're basically the fucking same thing. There's maybe some little weird wordings of stuff, and like you can use your head and figure out how to translate a 2014 magic item into a 2024 magic item if there's a small like change in the way something works." But if that guy wanted something that was like official, compliant product from Wiz the Coast, you know, it's like, you don't want a homebrew thing. It's the kind of people that will ask Ella if her dice are perfectly balanced. It's like, no, they're handmade dice. They're not perfectly balanced. They are probably more balanced than most mass manufactured dice. The only dice that are like perfectly balanced are like machined metal dice. So in essence, if somebody's worried about them having perfectly balanced dice, I don't want to try and sell them a set of Ella's dice. I don't want to try and convince them that their apprehensions are like not really an issue. Like, the dice are balanced into an area where the variance is not going to come up in a statistically meaningful way. But if you tell somebody that, they're not like going to be satisfied with that answer. So if somebody asks me if the class is perfectly balanced, I'll say absolutely not. No, you shouldn't play this class. You'll hate it.
These are the
You'll hate it.
that also complain about the technicality of
Sure.
rules lawyering if it
Yes.
in their favor equals.
Yeah, and there'll be the rules lawyers that come up with that too. So, okay, so let me catch up in chat. Almost impossible to build every contingency into the way ability is written anyway. That's why win maxers exist. They love finding powerful niches for users for things. And that's always sometimes the fun part of it, seeing people like, you know, excelling and asking if they can do use an ability in a different way. New question: when it comes to making NPCs, what can you recommend? For what, abilities or for the lore, Sean? Custom 5e classes. Yeah, the Astral Knight and the Astral Sage are two classes that I've made for Eldara that are going to get officially public. Like, they've been in beta for a long time, but I'm going to make part of my ORBATHON goals, and then before that 98-hour timer is up, is to have them officially released properly. So, yeah. Steve, if there's one person I can count on to make a Monty Python the Holy Grail reference, Seeing Blackwood dice, I was rolling with advantage on Monday. For the first time ever, rolled 2 nat 20s. The following attack, also with advantage, rolled 2 19s. Was this your Blackwood dice set? Which Blackwood dice set was this, Steve? For the lore. So for the lore, Sean, when I'm making NPCs for the lore, I'm always trying to think of the narrative role an NPC has. The narrative or mechanical role that I want an NPC to have. Everything's kind of a bit of a caricature of itself in writing, I think, which is kind of a funny way to look at it. But honestly, I don't have great advice for it, because I don't think about it too hard. I don't stress about it all that much. if I want my characters to have like an NPC that will act as their like guide in the town, then I'll like figure out their lore about why that NPC is interested, what their motivation is, why they care about being a guide for the players, why they would find themselves in a situation where they would be helping out our players in this you know.
I finished doing, I realized it was not balanced for a one shot. You need a PhD in either game strategy or something of the sort to make everything absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that's fair.
There are a lot of flaws in multiple parts of any system.
And that's fine, right? That's totally fine. No, I mean, that's, yeah. So, yeah, sorry, let's finish my thought. So for the lore of NPCs, it's either what narrative mechanical thing do you need for your players? Do they need somebody in the bar that's going to be a little bit more like add some levity to the situation because you're going to a town of like plagued undead and whatnot and everybody's sad and shit? Or do you have a reason why you want to have an NPC communicate something to them? You know? So for most like NPCs that have a role in the story, a large narrative role, I'm designing that ahead of time and trying to figure out why that, like, how to tell this part of the story through an NPC. But for most NPCs, I find that they are just things that the players are getting hooked, like attached to or whatever, that they need in the moment. But like, I improvise almost everything when it comes to D&D. So as long as I have a good motivation for a character or whatever, I don't think about it too much, to be honest. I don't think about it too hard. I think that every time I've overthought like an NPC or whatever and tried to like build a rock solid like backstory for them, it's always come up short. You know, if I want this player, this character seems like a great idea to make them a retired knight from the capital, but when they get to the bar, the players are like, "Wait, you look like a bouncer." Then they were a brawler in a mage's rugby school. Like I don't know. I think that whatever the situation for the players, unless it's something super important, they'll tell you the kind of NPC that they want in any given moment if you really listen to them. Is there a place I can check it out? In the guild Discord is where, yeah, the beta is in the guild Discord.
Me had a flashback to when a friend of mine in college asked me if a scientific experiment was truly ever repeatable.
Yeah, or like when you ask the question, is there really such thing as a random number generator? And then when you're trying, it's when you're trying to figure out if there's a random number generator, like if you could actually make a truly random number generator in code, and then you start questioning whether or not you have free will. Okay, in the Discord, there is a channel called the Eldara Dev Moot. Right here, the development moot. It's like an Ent moot, but it's a place where we meet to develop stuff for Eldara. So anytime I add new rules or whatever, or anybody runs a game, like Atari does his convention reports, where he runs the adventure that I like started making 2 years ago. He runs them at conventions for people, which is really cool. But if you check the pins, the Astral Knight and Astral Sage and Horizon class, the beta releases, I'll always have the most recent beta release pinned, or try to have the most recent one anyway. But yeah, it's just a Google like PDF thingy for the beta releases for stuff. That's why I'm saying I want to have a full release, because I want to actually do a proper full, like, now that I have so much feedback and good like design time under my belt for these classes, I really want to have a proper release for it with a proper like designed PDF and branded and everything with all the art and whatnot, and do some cool character sheets for it and all of that. Random between 1 to 100 in Excel works for me, but that's the problem, man, is it's already based off of an existing algorithm. If you have enough computational power, you can predict a random number generated by any piece of software. Which means, do we have free will? My answer is no. Because if I had free will, do you think that I would have spent 16 hours farming Mephisto over and over and over again willingly failing an assignment in 12th grade that led me to almost not graduating? Probably not. So that must be a lack of free will and not just an insane lack of discipline, right? Right. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah. Okay, it's because the universe is controlling my actions, not because I made poor choices with video games. That algorithm is math? Exactly. All math has already been decided from the beginning of the universe till today. We already know if the Canadian men's hockey is going to win the gold. We already know if Poulin is going to come back for the Canadian women's team and crush Redemption in the next meeting with Team USA. Probably not. We just don't know we know it yet. Well, we need to predict anything other than results in winter sports that only Canada cares about. Ah, shit. Nothing like physics turning into philosophy in the STEM department to ruin your aspirations of going to a good school. Dude, I love drawing the bullshit characters carry on them. I fucking love it. It's my favorite thing to draw. I will say though that I am definitely, after this is done, after the coffee pieces are done, I am going to be doing some pretty in-depth Eldar character designs, and I think we might even do a full design or two of a brand new Ella Blackwood character. And I'm very excited for that. I haven't done a full character design for Ella in a while. She's been very patient. To be fair, I've been doing a lot of portraiture, but I'm not really any full character designs in a while. So, that is a belt! Holy shit. Holy shit, you knew what I was drawing, dude. Does this mean I'm a real artist, man? Am I a real artist yet? When do I graduate from being a pretender, bullshit, amateur wannabe and become a real artist? Is it when I have the 32-inch Cintiq? Or do I need to be published? I just need to know, man. Got rid of the belts. The problem is I switched over to Stream Elements from Streamlabs, and a lot of my commands didn't come with me. I didn't upload them. The mods like very kindly took the important commands for me and like redid them over in Stream Elements. But there's a lot of the ones that I just never got around to doing.
You will be a real artist when the orb tells you.
What rank do we need to get to be a real artist? If we get to rank 14 orb, can I be a real artist? Or is that, do I use shit? I probably not, yeah, it's probably way too high. I'm not. Damn it. Damn it. Thanks for 100 bits, Moose. I appreciate it. Thanks, dude. 400, rank 400,000. Oh, man. I'll be in Dragon Ball Z territory at that point. Oh, man. My son's never gonna know that his father was a wannabe attempted artist before he became an accountant. My son's never gonna know that I had a Twitch stream. Didn't grow up one day and be like, Dad, I want to be an accountant just like you. Your job is so stable. I'll say, yes, son. Dad, did you ever want to be anything like a rock star or a comic book maker? And I'll stare off into the distance out the window and sip my coffee. Choke back a small tear and say, never, son, never. I've always loved my safe and secure job as in counting. And none of you are to tell him, alright? Cool. Was I want to be an accountant? Nothing. I'd love to be an accountant. Are you kidding?
Then you have my friends who assume I am the creator of the T-virus given my profession at SD. Yes, I created the ultimate and scary fictional virus of a video game world.
I assumed as much, so I'm glad that you finally are willing to talk about this openly. Yeah, I'm really glad that we can finally address the allegations in the light. Now, we were talking about being an accountant earlier in the stream, Sir Swank. I was saying that if I had to get like a real job, that I would have pursued accounting. 'Cause I actually like accounting. I don't know. I don't remember why we were talking about that, but something to do with tax fraud, probably. That's how it usually comes up.
No, Evan, I didn't do it.
Oh.
Ask it.
Oh, didn't. Oh, my bad. Okay. Yeah, sorry. My bad. I'll be careful next time. Mm-hmm. I'll be real careful next time. All right, dagger time. I've had to draw so many daggers over the last couple of weeks. It's not even funny. I'm like getting emotionally invested into this character. I swear to God, whenever Addie gets killed off, I'm gonna be upset for like 3 days. First it was just the portrait, and now that we're doing the full design, I'm gonna be so mad-ish. Not even funny. Don't want a real job, I want a fun job. Listen, there's nothing wrong with making a living and like making a noble living and then using the stability of your life to do fun passion projects. I had this interesting conversation with Dashto. I don't think he'll mind us talking about it, but he and I had this conversation basically where he was like talking for a long time about how he wanted to like, you know, quit his job and go just be a composer full time and do whatever. And he was like, you know, nervous. What's the right path? And sure, fair enough. Last summer, he went to Bratislava, Czechia, and he with his boyfriend who had lived in Czechia for a while. So that's why they went there specifically. And they went and he rented the Bratislavan Symphony, Philharmonic Orchestra, whatever. And they recorded a live recording of his Baroque album that he composed over the last couple of years. And he wants to go back and do some Eldarin soundtrack recording. And he said when he got back home, he said, you know what? Maybe it's not a bad idea to have like a real job that allows you to like pay for stuff like this. This is pretty cool to be able to like, dudes, you be able to go rent the orchestra, which costs like 10 grand or something like that, you know? And that's kind of the like the interesting decision where a lot of people think that the first time I ever heard somebody say they were jealous or envious or like whatever of my position was a friend of mine who's a very successful, very well off software engineer who works for a big tech company and makes like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And he was like, man, I'm so happy for you, bro. Like you're out there streaming, doing stuff and whatever. I'm like, yeah, thanks, dude. He's like, man, I watch you sometimes. I'm just so jealous that you get to like do this and you don't have to like answer to anybody. And I'm like, I'm jealous that you don't have to choose between whether you're going to eat meat or have gas in a month. Like you can buy gas for your car, but then you have to eat Kraft dinner and like instant noodle. But if you want to eat like ground beef from Costco, you have to like not go out as much because, you know, these are decisions you have to make when you're like, you know, on your own doing stuff. And like this last year was maybe the first year that I've like started to see some like stability in my life as an artist on my own. But for the first 5 years that I was streaming and doing this, man, like it's been really, really tough. Now the financials of like being a self-supporting streamer, fucking artist, nobody on the internet doing a dumb project for your, you know, TTRPG needs. Nobody cares about that kind of shit, but it's tough. It's scary, you know, really scary. And there's something about like, if you are scared of where you can of where you're going to find your like stability in life, whether or not you're going to eat, that is can be so distracting that you're not able to create. And Rick Rubin, the famous fucking producer, talked about this, about how it's, for some people it's better to throw yourself into it entirely, and yeah, you're living starving artist lifestyle, doing whatever. But for a lot of people, you will be more creative by having a stable job that you like find fulfilling, that you make a living with. And it's a noble pursuit to have that then you take the resources to be able to engage with your passion in a better way, you know? And I think that's absolutely true. So I don't know. I think it's great to have the idea of like having a fun or cool or whatever job is like great, but having a stable job, being like an accountant, like that sounds nice to me, honestly. You know, being an engineer, accountant, something like that, people, right?
Your money job is the side hustle for your passion, less than 3.
Yeah, sure. Right. You know, and like being able to support that, because I'll admit it, like there's been times when I'm like less creative because I'm just terrified. It's tough to be creative, especially the anxieties that I've had, which I'm never going to really talk about all that much on stream because no one gives a shit. It's like a late night alt channel discussion, but just a little bit of it. The anxieties of knowing that I'm going to be a dad and that I can't sit here and just like make a choice between fucking real food or gas, that I can't do that once our son is born, that I have to find some stability. There's a lot of anxiety in that, man. And I'm pretty fucking terrified in a lot of ways. But having said that, like I get it when people have like real jobs, and a lot of people think that if you don't like quit your corporate job to go be able to full-time, you know, stream D&D art and Pokemon speed runs and whatever the fuck you're passionate about, that you're not like truly passionate, you're not truly in it. And for me, man, I don't know. I think that there's entirely nothing wrong with saying I love my passion of crocheting Pokemon characters, and thusly I'm going to continue to be able to do such by having a real fucking job. And people feel like sometimes like they get talked down to, like it's not, you're not truly in it. You know?
I appreciate that you
Aduria.
have returned to us healthy.
Hello, man.
Also, please meet today's terrestrial crustacean,
Wait.
Megalodium vulgare. I have missed your
A new
streams
meta?
dearly, my friend.
New meta alert? You know my favorite creatures are crustaceans. What is this? What is this? What crustacean is this? What is this? The roly-poly. Look at that little guy. Look at his antennas. Look at him. That's a great crustacean. Like natural armor, little fingies. That's great, dude. You know, no pincers, so nothing to pinch with. No claws. I think the best crustaceans have claws. Unfortunately, I am a crab and lobster enjoyer. Crayfish on a great crayfish day is decently scoring, but I'm gonna give it a solid 6, man. Good start. What's going on, Daria? What's going on, man? How you doing? I am back. I am feeling better. Yeah, I have, dude. I have been so unbelievably sick over the last 2 months. It's been ridiculous. So I am hoping that we are past it. We are out of it, free and clear, and I am not leaving my house or doing anything besides going to the gym and getting groceries and going to the mall to play Pokemon Go. I'm not doing any social gatherings. I'm not seeing anybody or doing shit. I ain't getting sick again. You know how much worse it is to be sick when you have to take care of your pregnant wife at the same time? Oh my God, man. Holy. I'll be away for a couple days next week because we're getting our carpets replaced, and so I need to move everything in the top floor of our house, not here. So that's going to be a really rough couple of days. For this weekend's going to suck. But so Monday, Tuesday I should be gone. but we should be back to normal Orbithoning. Evan likes me confirmed. Yeah, true. True. I am a crustacean enjoyer. Not only am I a crustacean enjoyer, my two passions in life are crustaceans, and also lesser known Star Wars characters. To which I saw Sideshow Collectibles has a new run of stupid Star Wars characters nobody cares about. And you know that's my favorite thing, are the dumb ones that nobody cares about. Like, if you want to know what I'd do if I was a millionaire? I wouldn't buy boats and shit. I wouldn't have, like, luxury vehicles. No, man. If I had a hilarious amount of money, I would buy Star Wars figures of stupid things and characters nobody gives a shit about. Like a Doctor of Azan and Ponda Baba. Every time I see figures for them out anywhere, I'm always so excited. Or the Imperial Spy. Or Tessic. You know, Bib Fortuna. He's a little bit mainstream. Right? Like, they're never going to make these again for these fucking who-ass nobody characters. But this is my passion. Look at him. Look at him. All right. Or you can get a 34-inch Exogoroth prop replica. Look at that. Imagine how much of a conversation starter this would be if you had an Exogoroth, 34-inch Exogoroth just on your mantle. You know? Look at that guy. Look how beautiful he is. Oh my god, man. I love stupid shit from Star Wars that nobody cares about, but that I'm extremely passionate about. Oh well. Anyway. You pull off a violin for us so we can have instrument with your wine. I actually play violin. I have a very nice violin. I have a very, very nice violin. My grandmother bought it for me. When I took it in to get it repaired, they were like, "Sir, it is an honor to work on such a piece." I was like, "What?" "Sir, might perchance, do you not know what the instrument you have in your possession is?" Nah, man, my grandma bought it for me when I was like 15. A very nice violin. So nice, I put it somewhere safe and insured. Should sell it though. I don't know. Deserves to be played by some fancy musician or whatever. What kind of violin? What do you mean, what kind of violin? I don't know about violins to know what the different kinds of violins. The questions. Do you mean like what kind of make it is, or? It is a violin. So what makes it special is that it is a lot older than so it was sold, what they thought, who made it, don't know specifically, but it was a violin that is very old, that was used in the Bavarian, what was it? The Bavarian Royal Symphony. It had a like a mark on it or whatever that you couldn't see it unless you opened it up. So like I'm guessing that like when it just sort of passed around and went to the shop that I bought it at, it was just like, you know, nice violin. But when they actually tried to repair it, because something it like cracked or whatever, I forget what happened in it, but they had to like open it up. And when they did, they saw this marking on it that they're like, oh, it's a big deal. So I don't know. I've never like gotten it appraised or whatever, but I think they said that like, how much did you buy this for? And I'm like, I don't know. My grandma paid like, you know, what, like $800 for it or whatever in like 2006 or whatever. I was like, what, 15? 14? When do you move up to a full-size violin? 10? I wasn't very old. Probably like 1999 or 2000 or whatever. And they were like, oh, it's worth so much more. You have no idea. Would you consider selling it, sir? I was like, no. My grandma bought it for me. Leave me alone. Very nice violin. I don't play anymore, though. I don't play since I started having problems with my hands. You cannot play a violin wearing gloves. You can't. Start the full size. I started with a 3/4. I remember that much. I remember I started with a 3/4 and moved up to a full size at some point in time. When I was... Actually, I have no idea. I was playing my violin when I was getting homeschooled. So I would have been around 6, 7, 8. I probably played violin from like 7 years old, probably till like 12 or 15 or so, or no, 14 or 15. I don't know. It's been a long time, man. I bet you I couldn't do shit with it anymore, but I've always had this like notion that I want to get back and figure out how to play, like how to actually play my violin, not like the mechanics of how to play a violin and how to play a violin, but the way to like figure out how to play a violin with the issues of my hands. Sweating. That's why I can't play the violin anymore, because my hands sweat too much. I developed a condition when I was a teenager that caused my hands to sweat more than the average person. Which I'm still contemplating getting the surgery for, but I'd be out for a couple of like weeks. They can fix it theoretically. They don't do it in Canada anymore because it's too dangerous, but I can go down to the US, I can get the surgery done to like have less sweaty ass hands all the time. But yeah, so when that started to happen, I couldn't play violin anymore because you can't really hold in onto it. You can't play with gloves on, you know. We'll see. Maybe one day. Maybe one day, bruh. And I'll get back to it. It'll be fun. Yeah, it's the correct thickness for a dagger hilt. Why not? Needs to be a little noble and ostentatious for our dear Addie. She is the bard. I don't mean just in the role of the bard, I mean the bard. And we'll do a little design in the middle. Sick. Give me my fun Star Wars fact I learned. What? Oh, on Discord? Okay, I'll check out your stream. You know I'm a fan of fun Star Wars facts. It's my my language of choice. That and Lord of the Rings trivia nobody cares about. Little brag, but I was just on my first record company release track. Oh, really? No way, dude. That's fucking sick. Is it like a public thing you can go look at, Saffron, or what? That's dope, dude. Holy shit. I definitely feel my my voice starting to wane. My meds are kicking off and my cough's coming back. I mean, now might be the time to hang up for the day. We got a decent amount of stuff done today. Plus, apparently I have contract stuff I need to go look at. So we will leave it there for today. Tomorrow's Fan Art Friday, right? Should we do Fan Art Friday through should we do Fan Art Friday through ORBATHON? And I don't know, honestly, because I don't think I'm gonna do shit tonight. I think I've pushed so hard to get big project done and being sick and stuff that I think tonight, maybe for the first time, I should just sit and fucking do nothing. Today's Wednesday? I thought today was Thursday. Okay, then we got another day before Fan Art Friday. Thank you. Why did today was Thursday? Oh, well. Cool. Then that is all for stream today. So we'll be live today, as was for the last 4 hours. It's Loser from El Demonio. Wait. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna look this up after stream. Wait, let me make sure I found it. Loser El Demonio. Where is it? Audra Watt Vivo? Wait, is this it? Is it? What'd you do for it? I'm just curious. I don't want to listen to it on stream because I don't want to get fucking pegged, like smacked and like pegged by YouTube for the whatever. What did you do for it? Did you play violin for it? Let's go, dude. Oh shit, that's fucking sick. Okay, cool. I'll listen after stream. That's really cool, dude. Congratulations, Saffron. That's massive. That's like a huge like moment of legitimacy. So, wrote and played the violin. Fuck yeah, dude. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh wait, is this you on the in like the thumbnail in the second one? Did you do a little solo? Oh shit, dude. Wait, this is what I fucking say. Okay, all right. I'm excited. All right. I'll watch after stream. I'll give you feedback tomorrow. I'll tell you how fucking cool you are for an hour straight. Okay. Sick. Okay, so stream today. Back still sick, but I'll fucking be live. I don't care. Tomorrow we will continue on Addy. Right where we left off because I ain't doing shit for it, and then Friday we'll see about Fan Art Friday. And the weekend's gonna hit, and I have, as soon as stream ends on Friday, I am on Project Tear this entire fucking upper floor down. We gotta move all the furniture, the bed, the bookcase, everything. I gotta lift all that shit myself. I gotta disassemble IKEA furniture, man. Who does that shit? Who doesn't just throw it away when they're done? What? Is this the modern world? So yeah, it's gonna be chaos of the weekend, and then I'm not gonna be live either Monday and Tuesday. I don't know because our carpets are getting done Monday or Tuesday. I forget. And obviously I'm not gonna be live during that. And then the day after is gonna be hilarious because it's just gonna be me in an empty room. I might set up my like computer in a different space or whatever, so it looks like I'm a hostage or something like that. Because I don't know. We'll have a whole thing for it. But all right, Orbathon timer pause. Wait, where is it? We gotta pause the Orbathon. Pause it. Pause timer at 98 hours and 23 minutes on the dot. Holy shit, we're gonna be doing Orbathons until fucking July at this point. It would be funny if I Orbathoned all year and just never ended. But anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for celebrating me finishing the big project with me today. That was cool to do on stream. But I'll see y'all tomorrow. Until next time, my friends, have a great rest of your day. Don't do anything too strenuous today. In fact, today play Baldur's Gate in your underwear and order pizza, because let's face it, none of you have D&D games to go to because we don't go outside anymore to play D&D. We just substitute all social interaction with Shadowheart. Shit.